really has led the way in terms of academic research and collaboration for the last 50 years. So everything that we're talking about today has been made possible by the researchers and the committed professionals of that entity. For those of you who are interested in learning more about this industry, I urge you to join that group and also consider attending their annual meeting, the Underwater Minerals Conference. This year it will be in Japan, but an excellent group that has really helped us move this industry forward. We are at a very unique point for this industry. As we stand here with the leadership of this administration, we are closer than ever to moving towards commercial development of offshore mineral resources. It's been a long time in coming, but we are on the precipice of this happening. But before we get going, you know, in terms of polymetallic nodules, and you guys have all seen them, but the very first recorded harvesting of a polymetallic nodule was in the 1870s. So it's been a while. But since that time, technology has evolved substantially. Regulatory frameworks have been built, guided, changed, reformed, refined, applied. We've seen intensive research conducted, gaining speed over the last 50 years, and really gaining intense work over the last 10. And all the while, the need for the materials that come from these nodules and come from the sea, the need for them has grown exponentially, becoming a national security absolute must-have. So for those that are concerned about how fast we've gotten here, we do wonder if you're actually paying attention. For those of you who are actually moving this industry forward through the execution of laws that were passed by our Congress, regulations that have been put in place, by research that has been done painstakingly over the last few decades, we wish you the best in your overnight success, albeit 150 years in the making. The United States is in this unique position with deep-sea mining due to our leadership in the offshore oil and gas industry. We have a technological capability that came out of that industry that is unique to Americans. It's something that we have. It's special. It's unique. Something that Eric Melito will talk about later today. But we have a technological advantage. And due to our passage in the thoughts that our leaders in Congress have had, we have OXLA and we have DSHMRA laws that were passed. We have a sound scientific, legal, and regulatory structure that we can operate within. So we have a legal and regulatory advantage as well. When you look at the materials that we're pulling out, these are unique ore bodies. They've not been developed by other people. They've not been processed by other people. So from the standpoint of processing, we're not behind any other entities either. So when you look at what we have in terms of a technological advantage, a regulatory and legal advantage, and we're on an even playing field due to processing, for critical minerals in mining, that is one of the most unique spots that we have in our country in terms of critical minerals. We have an advantage. It is substantial, but it is not durable. If we wait, if we delay, if we just sit back and we look at the problem and talk about it without moving forward, we're going to lose this incredible opportunity. So as we move forward today, you're going to hear from our regulators. You're going to hear from our policymakers in the administration who will tell you about how we got here, the EOs that are in place, the laws that are in place that will guide us. You'll hear from the developers who will tell you about what companies are doing to put capital at risk, what they're doing to move this industry forward. You'll hear from the regulators about interagency activities to help move this industry forward, following the laws and regs of our country. We'll hear from investors talking about what are the things that we need to see from regulators and policymakers to help us move forward. We'll hear from international experts in terms of how this industry fits into greater geopolitical and other aspirational efforts in the United States to expand our influence in the world and strengthen our supply chains. And finally, we'll hear about technological innovations, data collection, and other efforts to move science forward. We have everybody collected in this room that is leading this industry right now, and we're in a country that has unique capabilities in terms of technology and regulatory affairs to make this happen. We're thrilled to have you here today. I think we're going to have a great policy discussion. We'll have multiple panels, and we hope that in between you guys are able to spend some time with one another, to get to know one another, and share information about how we're moving this forward. But we couldn't be here today without the support of, in particular, Dr. Carr at BOEM. Thank you so much for helping us organize this, and would like to give you just a few minutes, if you could, just to kind of lay out some of what we're hoping to accomplish with the day. Dr. Carr.
Hi, everyone. It's good to see a lot of friendly faces, some that are new and some that I've been seeing and having good conversations with over the past years. And while the accolade is appreciated, I mean, it's everyone across the U.S. government that is in this room that I want to say thank you to. My persistence emails and phone calls, and these are, today is just building on decades of relationships and really strong partnerships the U.S. government agencies have with each other across a lot of different spectrums. And now, over the last couple of years, really focusing in critical minerals, whereas in the past, a lot of other areas. And so just wanted to say that this is a making that's been coming, and we're excited for the day. Thinking back to last summer is kind of where the idea sparked, and I'm really happy that IMMS was mentioned. The Underwater Minerals Conference was really the place and the platform that a number of us across the U.S. government thought would be a really good place to share what it is that we're doing. What are the actual actions? There's been a lot of coordination, a lot of good research, a lot of good conversations and talking about what are the things we need to do moving forward. But I do think that the government can do a better job of sharing what those things are, and that's where we thought today is going to be really important and really special, because that's what we're here to do, and to have the dialogue with everyone else in the room that is driving the industry forward. We're just helping to make sure that as it's being driven forward, it's being done in a really good way that's economically responsible and environmentally responsible as well, and focused on safety above all other things. And so we thought to have a similar type of a platform at the Underwater Minerals Conference in Florida. Unfortunately, the government was going through a period of challenge with the shutdown, and the U.S. government had to withdraw from those sessions, and a workshop that was also in the planning to really dive in a little bit deeper of the different regulations and how the different companies, whether they're interested in being a service provider or an actual lease and license holder, to really understand what those differences are across the U.S. in domestic waters and in international water regulatory frameworks. And so we kind of took that, and Michael was really enthusiastic to make sure that we were bringing everything together, expanded the program quite a bit, and make sure that it's a dialogue that's not so one way, but that it's everyone in the room coming together and talking. And so that's kind of setting the framework for the day, and I'm really happy that we're all here. And again, just want to thank everyone in the room, thank my colleagues across the U.S. government for your patience. And if anything, this industry, we know it's going to take a lot of flexibility, a lot of durability, a lot of pivoting, and what better way to do it than on the major snowstorm of the year. So thank you.
So for the first panel of today, we wanted to go through the executive orders that have been issued and then the policies that have been set forth by our government in moving this industry forward. Earlier, last year, with the executive order, it made it very clear all the way through that it was the policy of the United States to pursue this industry vigorously. As I mentioned before, we have laws, we have regulations, and now we have agencies that are working to execute on this. But what we have today with Dr. Eric Noble and Dr. Carr are the two individuals that are really leading the way in terms of moving the agencies forward and executing on the goals of our government right now. So with that, just would like you guys to introduce yourselves and provide a few remarks as far as how we got here, the executive orders, and just kind of where we're going as we implement these policies and move this industry forward.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Eric Noble, and I'm the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Oceans and Atmosphere at NOAA. And that mainly means I deal with the wet side, oceans, and I do have the deep sea mining portfolio and all of the processes that are with that, as well as other ocean issues. I have a lot to say, but I do want to take a moment to say, what an exciting time to be here. I think everyone in this room has been waiting to have this conversation. What an exciting time to know that within the next few years, under this administration, there will be companies pulling deep sea nodules out of the ocean and bringing them to the US. All right, now I'll go to my talking points. So first, I just want to say that commercialization doesn't happen without exploration. The Deep Sea Hard Mineral Resources Act, Congress tasked NOAA with two separate processes: issuance of an exploration license and commercial recovery permits. Now, these processes were given to NOAA because NOAA is a leader in ocean exploration and carries the institutional expertise to balance economic growth with responsible ocean stewardship. NOAA is uniquely positioned to perform and invest in ocean exploration. Exploration is the critical component in the deep sea mining discussion because it allows for better understanding of the seabed and for efficient environmental review of mining projects. And this allows the US to establish a benchmark for responsible deep sea mining practices while paving a pathway for a more resilient domestic supply chain and economic growth. So about that domestic supply chain, the main policy point here is that this administration's focus is ensuring that government doesn't get in the way of industry maturation. The president set the tone on day one. In his inaugural speech, he said that we are going to be less dependent on foreign nations for energy. And then in his State of the Union, he focused on critical minerals. He said, we have more wealth under our feet and under our seas, and we're going to get it. And this directive culminated in the policy, President Trump's executive order unleashing offshore critical minerals and resources. And it instructed NOAA to expedite the process for reviewing and issuing seabed mineral exploration licenses and commercial recovery permits in areas beyond national jurisdiction, consistent with applicable law. The expedited process, what culminated into the final rule last week, it should ensure efficiency, predictability, and competitiveness for American companies. The original timeline for issuance of a commercial permit under DSHMRA was up to 540 days, and this stifled interest in applications. NOAA's approach to expediting this timeline was the consolidation of the exploration license and the commercial permit. So right now, this allows a company to receive both at once, enabling a collect-as-they-find approach to recovery in seabed minerals. The one thing I also want to point out is that right now, a company can choose their own adventure with our process. They can continue to do the traditional approach, which is apply to us for exploration license and wait till they're ready to do commercial recovery in the area that they choose or in another area that they choose. Or they can choose right now to apply for both at the same time. It's up to them. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
No, I definitely appreciate that, the choose your own adventure piece. I think the way under OXLA, Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act, we kind of have that set up within our currently existing marine minerals regs as well. Recognizing there'll be a little bit of conversation later on where we can dive into where BOEM is really focusing alongside our sister bureau, Bessie, and others on how we can improve those things and hopefully very quickly go down the same path that we saw with NOAA on improving their regs recently with the final rule. So congratulations. I know that's a very difficult task. So
Thank you.
good job getting through the process. We've got a lot of things in queue as well, so we're looking forward to those changes. But for those of you that aren't familiar with the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, we are the regulating entity that is responsible for issuing the geologic and geophysical permits that a company would want to do within U.S. domestic waters for prospecting and going out and understanding what the materials are out there, any other types of assessments that they would want to do, recognizing that when we move forward, it's a little bit different. And there'll be a regulatory framework panel later on, so I don't want to steal their thunder. But with our process, it is a competitive process, so that makes things a little bit interesting for us. But wanting to make sure with that we're able to build on the partnerships that we've had with NOAA throughout the years, the partnerships that we have with USGS as well on really focusing on the data collection, the mapping, understanding, being able to share across everywhere, whoever is interested in seeing the information, where we believe the critical minerals and different deposits are located, and what type of economic assessments could be done and driven from that. I know Eric and I have had several conversations around across U.S. domestic waters and the international water space, making sure that where we can be aligned, say fiscal terms for lease or whatever it is that makes sense, that we can be consistent across our agencies as a regulated entity. There's a lot of restrictions, of course, where we have to be unique, but we're moving forward with that. And I just want to mention as well, this is a long time coming. It's already been said earlier this morning, but we've had the partnerships with the data collection and the mapping and everything that goes, very science-based, look at things, whether it's resource assessment or in the environment. And we're in a place that we can take that knowledge and take that information and drive things forward and get it out into the public space so that it can garner the interest from all of you to hopefully come and move forward with President Trump's #1 priority, which is to advance industry towards development of these minerals, not just going out and collecting the data and doing some mapping, but taking it to that next level. And so we're here to talk about that. And I think the executive orders, and there have been several that have been mounting and building on each other through the last several administrations. We saw support for the science in the data collection with President Obama. We saw that being built upon with Trump's first term. We saw it being built upon even further during President Biden. Maybe it wasn't talked about as much, but it was still there. And then definitely, as Eric mentioned, from day one in Trump's current term, really driving and accelerating those processes. And we've already been doing a number of different things that we can talk about on how we can streamline things, not just with our regulations, but just internal processes as well. But the execution of these executive orders would not have been as smooth and as easy to do if we didn't already have those foundational relationships across the U.S. government. And there's a lot of agencies that I think their good work is going to be highlighted today, and I'm excited to see how it builds.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the different agencies and those that are involved, most of the folks in the room have had some engagement with the National Security Council or the National Energy Dominance Council and some of the individuals that are over there. But just, could you guys, for the audience, kind of go through some of the key agencies that are involved and how coordination is being sort of coordinated amongst the different agencies to make sure that everybody understands what the objectives are?
So I think I'll kind of talked about the process going from 500 plus days, and to get it as streamlined as possible. Over the shutdown, there was an effort that was being led by the Permitting Council. And so they're called out in a couple of different places across a few different executive orders. And they did a really great job, so I want to thank them for bringing us to the table in a number of the different agencies, really bringing it into one place, looking at in U.S. state waters, in U.S. federal waters, in the international waters. Who are all the different agencies that have authorities when it comes to permitting for critical minerals? What are their authorities? What are the different processes that they have? What are the timelines for these processes? All the other agencies that would be included within each of those processes, to have a kind of map out where the trigger points are, where the dependencies are across the different agencies, who's kind of operating their processes in parallel with each other versus what is a sequential type of a thing to get us, a cradle to grave for this work to move forward and to get towards development. And so that, I think, is the first time that's ever been brought together into one place. The product of that was presented to the White House. We're still waiting on some feedback so that we can refine that. But in the meantime, BOEM, NOAA, USGS, for a really long time had what we considered our interagency working group for specifically offshore critical minerals. And then over the last, say, 5 years or so, it has grown to include a number of other agencies. And even just starting tomorrow, we've got another group of interagency working group meetings that we're going to be having at the Interior Department. That's government only, so taking the conversations from today and feeding them into those and really looking at the product that came out of the Permitting Council activities and a number of other things to make sure that we're as coordinated as possible. And that's something that I really appreciated about the executive orders, is that while we have all been working towards these things, it really put a fine, is the tip of the spear now, I guess is the best way of saying it. Now we have focus and we have support and backing, something that we can point to when we're asking for funding for research, funding for whatever it is, wanting to bring on more people to do this work. We can point to a clear direction and a clear support out of the White House.
And Eric, along with that, kind of curious, a lot of this is focused on U.S. law, and we have those, and we have regs, and you guys are moving forward. But we also have international partners, and you guys have been very active in that area. I was hoping maybe you could touch on how coordination is going to take place there. I think we have laws and regs, and we're not here to discuss ISA and UNCLOS, but we have a stable. And as we look at international partners and the ways they can work with us, I was hoping you could touch a little bit on those kind of efforts that are out there and how NOAA's engaged there.
Sure. I don't want to steal the fire from the wonderful panel that we're going to have later, but the executive order it has a line in there to say we're also going to work with key partners and allies that prioritize critical minerals. So I work for Secretary Lutnick, and in a conversation where we were trying to answer the get back for the executive order, he directed me to convey, when I can, his stance on how to approach this, in that is, we're going to create amazing opportunities with key partners that want to do development of critical minerals and deep sea mining, either in their EEZs or to help with technology to help others get at deep sea mining. So who those are, I mean, it's up to him to decide those conversations. But as a result of that, that's why we sped towards engagement with the Cook Islands this past summer. They were trying to make their decision about what they're going to do within their waters, and so NOAA does what it does best, which is we provide the science, we provide our vessels, and this was the speed at which it takes for the government to get a vessel somewhere takes years. We did it in 3 weeks. We got the backing to reorient sending the Nautilus out to the Cook Islands to help gather the science and provide more data for them to decide what they're going to do in their waters. And we're taking that approach with any other international partner. But right now, that's been the most visible engagement. And there are more conversations with other international partners that are happening right now. Just to go back to your other question, what's it like to work with all the different entities inside of our government? I can say that we are a large government, but the group of people that are working together on this issue, we're small. We all know each other. And the most fascinating experience out of all this, coming into the role that I'm in, helping push this issue forward, receiving the direction when the executive order came about. I think the most exciting thing that happened and is still going to happen is the interagency coordination. Without that, the swiftness of which we have seen all the different decisions that even led up to today is because of how well we're working together with the interagency. In our process alone, yes, the statute says that for each applicant, it has to go through an interagency review. Just sending that out into the ether could have resulted in 60 days or more. But getting on the phone, making sure that we're talking to each other, getting everyone virtually in a room to say, okay, this is coming, this is what it means. Your agencies haven't seen this in the last 46 years. This is what this means. I mean, all that coordination has been instrumental at us being able to move at lightning speed, even though to the outside it doesn't seem like we're moving at lightning speed at all.
Yeah. One other thing with the interagency process and looking at this, and this is as you guys are moving forward, one of the concerns that's been expressed by some folks in the industry and around it has been durability. And as we're moving forward with the leases and the permitting, I think there's some concern that, how durable will this be? How can it be safeguarded moving forward for investors and developers that are seeking out the United States under DSHMRA and under OXLA? What can they do, or what are you seeing in terms of making sure that these decisions will be durable moving into the future? As everybody in here knows, these projects often take 15 years to design and get up and running. It's even harder than that to raise the money to do them, and then they're in operation for 40 years. You're talking about multiple billions of dollars in terms of the ships alone, and not even talking about the processing that has to be stood up. So the durability matters. I'm just kind of curious, your thoughts on the durability question that has come up a couple times.
So it is difficult to speculate into the future. I think all of our crystal balls are a different level of cloudiness every now and then. But I will say, with all of us moving in the same direction now across the U.S. government, really making sure that what we are putting in place as far as internal processes that don't even need to rise to the level of creating a new regulation, looking at our current regulations, making sure that things are as clear and as simple as we can make them, like that institutes a lot of that durability piece. We can't predict whenever the next administration, what level of support there's going to be, but for this administration, it's very clear that support is there. We've got a lot of laws that we are operating within, and we're going to drive things forward as quickly as we can within that framework.
Yep. So each administration sets their own priorities. If everything's a priority, nothing is a priority. This administration made this a priority. So we are doing everything we can to make this happen. Durability, yes, that's always going to, that uncertainty will be there, but we're trying to make this as certain as possible. it takes a long time to get a regulation changed. So there's confidence there that no matter what happens right now, at least with NOAA's process, it no longer is a dual stage process. It now can be consolidated. And until other things come down the line, we put our stamp on that last week to change our process. So that can provide more durability now than has been in the past.
And I'll just add, I think, particularly for what's happening in the domestic water space with BOEM, we've been actively moving forward the different lease sale processes, whether it was a company coming to us and making the request for us to begin the sale process, like in the case of Impossible Metals off of American Samoa, or Odyssey Marine offshore of Virginia for heavy minerals and phosphates. We are also doing things on our own initiative, and that's so for the CNMI RFI that was announced in the comment period closed on that recently, moving forward. And so that was something that was going to move forward. We didn't wait. So this government right now is not sitting and just being reactive, but being proactive in seeking out these different opportunities where we can. Of course, there's certain limitations with staffing and other types of resources, but where we can, we are actively moving things forward. And just as another direct support of the different executive orders, and I know my comms people are watching on the live link, and so they'll be issuing a press release very shortly after this, but BOEM is going to be announcing an RFI offshore of Alaska for purposes of critical mineral leasing. So that is coming soon. And so we know there's a lot of interest. BOEM, NOAA, USGS have been active over the last several years with other private partners, Saildrone and others, to collect data off of the Aleutians. We believe that there are accumulations of economic interest in what is now our new planning area, the high Arctic, so north, very north. But those are the types of things, like what can we do now, and let's start those processes so that you get that momentum going. And in some cases, everything can be more market driven, and it's harder to stymie.
Yeah, Eric, you mentioned priorities, and just sort of looking at the next couple of years for NOAA and also for BOEM, like if everything's a priority, nothing's a priority. Would you guys mind telling everybody kind of sort of when you're looking at projects and you're looking at these activities, how are you prioritizing areas, activities, particular types of development? How are you prioritizing your activities and the move forward for this industry? I think a lot of the folks in this room would very much like to help support, but curious just what your priorities are kind of moving into the next couple of years.
Sure. So we already spoke about how we were directed to expedite our internal process at NOAA. So that the work is not finished, but a huge chunk has been completed. We are prioritizing mapping areas that have critical minerals in them. I mean, that's in the executive order. But, even absent the executive order, NOAA is going to continue what it does. We have, a lot of people don't, I'm speaking general, but even I had to learn about it myself. NOAA is the only government agency that has that authority to sail the ocean blue, to go look at uncharted areas. And we're going to continue doing that. But I think it's safe to say we are prioritizing that over a lot of things, to keep exploring, to also to continue to do, mapping for the safety and navigation, but also emphasis on trying to go to areas that haven't been mapped, that are uncharted. And that's why it's key to work with international partners who want that type of support. However, that doesn't go above the priority of mapping our U.S. waters, our EEZ, areas that remain unexplored or unmapped, and particularly where BOEM wants us to go.
Thank you, Eric.
Because that is what matters. And so we are working together, and more so in the future, to communicate, to figure out where are we going next. And we're going to...
Sounds like it's Alaska.
It's Alaska. But there are areas in the Pacific, South Pacific too, that, in our waters that we want to go.
Excellent.
No, so just kind of building on that, and we also had a recent expedition out of Hawaiian waters, and so that wrapped up a couple of months ago, back in November, and so that's exciting to see where that is. A lot of different, in addition to the mapping exercises, but BOEM is really focusing on creating some internal frameworks and focusing on what are our priorities, was the question. So making sure that we're evaluating our regulations is one. So that's a multi-year process, but there'll be multiple opportunities for everyone in this room to be involved, if you would like to be, and provide your ideas on where it is that we might want to shore things up a little bit. So that's always a conversation, so I encourage everyone to reach out to me directly or anyone from my team, and we can have those conversations and get your ideas as well as we're analyzing those things. So that's a big one, and that's, in the executive word, is they're really focused on streamlining the permitting process, which, yes, very important. We fully recognize that, and we're doing that. But at BOEM, we've also expanded that to being our different leasing processes, and then our plan approval process, whether that's a delineation plan, a testing plan, or a mining plan. And so kind of looking at the pros and cons of, would we want to move something into a similar direction that NOAA did, to where you could submit all of those plans at one time, so then we have one round of environmental analysis that's a lot more expansive. And that by itself could shave a couple of years off of the total project, from the time you get the lease to whenever you're actually actively developing these materials. So that's a big focus for this year as well. We fully recognize, and have for a really long time, that we are limited. While the partnership that we have with NOAA and others for their assets has been fantastic, and we have fully appreciated all of those opportunities, we also recognize if we're going to move as aggressively in this as we need to, and we all want to, that we're going to need to have other types of contract mechanisms in place so that we can have access to the private sector's assets a little bit more readily and maintain as much flexibility in that as well. And so one of the things that we've been talking about in looking to move forward at some point this spring, early summer, is to go out for a solicitation of an IDIQ, and being able to open up the net a little bit more for how we go about collecting the data that we need to. So those are kind of the top things that we're looking at right now.
Yeah. Just pure speculation, but from what you're seeing, and you guys we're not going to ask about any specific applications or anything like that, but just in terms of the different types of deposits and types of work that's out there, any thoughts on what you speculate may be some of the first types of deposits or products that may actually move towards commercialization? There are some that have been underway for a long time. There's some that are coming on a little faster in different areas. So it's a combo of the material, the area, and then also the regulatory speed with which you could move. Just kind of curious of your thoughts.
You're partial to one type?
More polymetallic nodules?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd like to see more than we currently have in our stores. I'd like to actually see them getting pulled up out of the ocean. And not just in the CCZ, but also with our, areas, some of the international partners I've already mentioned, if they make that decision. Mm-hmm. Beyond that, right now, I can't speak to what's going to be developed first out of that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll leave that to the industry to help us speed to that conclusion.
Yeah, it's definitely everyone that's in the room that's going to answer that question for us. I will add that I do think that for heavy mineral sands and phosphorites that are in U.S. domestic waters, that is a key contender that may move towards production sooner than nodules. It's a lot easier to get to. BOEM is very familiar with the processes and doing the types of environmental analysis for the dredging types of projects that have happened. We've provided access to 200 million cubic yards of materials over the last several decades for coastal restoration and infrastructure protection projects. And so we know what we're doing in that space. I think there's processing facilities already in the US for that separation. And so that's another one that I think is in competition with nodules to be at the front runner. And that's one of the things that we're really focusing on as far as for the BOEM leases, and we can talk more during the regulatory panel on that, but whereas the DSHMA licenses are a little bit more limited to nodules, the ones in U.S. waters under OXLA can be for any material, any mineral type. And so we're not looking to be so specific of only leasing for nodules or only leasing for whatever it is. That's really after the exploration is completed, the company can decide what it is, that, well, determine what's there because we know we're limited in certain data sets, and then come forward with an exploration plan and a development plan based off of what we know is there after their exploration is completed.
Right. I made my comment about nodules first because perhaps everyone in this room already knows, but the statute that NOAA is working with only defines issuing licenses and commercial recovery permits for polymetallic nodules. Wish it could be expanded, but that's not what we're working with.
Yeah, that's interesting, and that's another point that I wanted to ask you both about. Do you envision any legislative changes? Will you be advancing any legislative changes? We know that takes time. We know it's quite difficult. Truth is, because we have OXLA and because we have DSHMA, we do have laws that we can work with right now. It's just part of the reason we can move forward. But I was curious, are there changes, legislative changes that you guys are contemplating or having dialogue with the Hill on?
I think there's growing interest from Capitol Hill. I know we're regularly having different staffers come to us and provide different briefings, and can't really speak to their interest, which is going to drive it, but BOEM is always, just as any other government agency, available for providing technical assistance should someone want to move something forward, and we can provide very direct feedback that please, oh dear God, no, or this sounds great, here's how we would like to see it worded maybe a little bit differently so it's not going to have negative impacts. And so it becomes a partnership with Congress as well whenever moving that forward. But I think a lot of it comes down to more the education side, and that's where we're also looking for opportunities to come on the Hill, share what we're doing. This is the types of things that we're looking at and moving forward. I think also as we evaluate the different regulations, as we actually go through the process and use our regs for the first time in decades, that we're going to identify things in real time that like, oh, it actually would be really nice. We need an authority in a certain area, and then we can communicate that up the chain as well. But for the time being, it's like we're all in this together and we're learning together.
Yeah, because we've heard occasionally from the Hill that they're interested in looking at it, but again, it's very hard to change that, and so we are operating within existing legal frameworks that are stable, and I think if there are efforts to improve them, that's great. But we do also know that there's some folks that are not looking necessarily to improve them, but would much rather see a little bit more of a pause. And so as we look at that, we're just kind of curious what folks may be looking at in terms of enhancements to the statutory authorities, in particular with DSHMA being able to look at other materials as well. I think that may be a change that would be more expansive and allow us to work with additional partners that may be looking at other materials as well.
Right. I should first say we follow the White House's lead with Hill engagement on this topic, but we can say that there has been Hill engagement on this topic purely from an educational approach over the last month.
Yeah.
And I can't wait till we have more conversations to figure out how to improve this entire area. I think there is a longing to improve what we can in this space.
Yeah.
The appetite's growing.
Yep.
It definitely
Yeah.
is.
No, we've seen it with Chairman Westerman and Subcommittee Chairman Stauber really leading the charge in terms of having open hearings and wanting to put these questions before the American people and move that forward. So those are great opportunities, and they really have taken an interest in this industry. They've done, I think, 3 different hearings on it so far. So there's clearly a strong interest from the Hill on this as well.
You know, and I'll go back, before taking the position that I'm in right now, I was with the Alaska region for BOEM, and while I was, during that time, Senator Murkowski approached our office and asked, what could you do if you had $900,000? That was the number. What could you do with $900,000 to advance critical minerals exploration in Alaska? And it's like, okay, that's a very, I love these questions. Like, yes, we can come up with some ideas. Contacted some colleagues across the Bureau, and as it turns out, one had just 2 nights before been watching Nova with his kids, and there's a special talking about the technology that was being used in the Mars rover and exploration of other planetary bodies. And he had already reached out to the PIs on that project and started some conversations. So when I reached out to him, he's like, oh, we might have something here. And so that evolved over time. That $900,000 I considered seed money for BOEM's critical minerals, part of our marine minerals budget, because before that we weren't really dedicating anything specifically for a particular project. And it just kind of went from there. And you know, we've got partnership to where we took the technology that was being used on the Mars rover, tested it in the lab, and now we're repurposing it to where it can be attached to an AUV and actually take the lab to the seafloor. And so it's just a matter of time before it's tested at depth. But those are the types of things, like Congress having that curiosity and coming to us, asking these questions, and just letting our scientists go crazy and like brainstorm and see what would be fun, what would make sense to help drive certain things forward. And as I mentioned before, now that we've got the executive orders that are directing us to advance and look at technological types of things, like this is what that was for.
Yeah, and just you know, the last few minutes, just like looking into the future, the next 5 years or so. You know, you guys probably within our government are probably more aware of the technology providers, the developers, what people are looking at, and just kind of curious, you know, what do you see, sort of, not saying that you're going to get there, but sort of what would you predict for, you know, 5 years down the road, what this industry is going to look like? Because for a lot of folks, you know, we've been the next greatest thing for a really long period of time, and I have an old boss that once told me that, you know, Michael, a lot of potential over a long enough period of time is going to get you fired. And so, you know, but I'm sort of curious what you see over the next few years, you know, in terms, because we have a heck of a lot of potential right now.
There's been a lot of work over the last, you mentioned it, over the last 20 years that has led up to this point. I think, you know, this administration put the support out, or put a signal out there that we're supportive of this nascent, non-existent, but will soon to be industry. And so I'd like to say over the next 3 at least, we are supporting, as I said, we're getting out of the way, getting government out of the way so that this industry can mature faster than it has been over the last 20 years with all the good work that has led up to this point. I would say that at least NOAA has signaled to industry, hey, we're open for business. Now, we have not yet issued a commercial permit, and we're working to get there, but at least we have signaled that this is the direction that we want to go. So, I think history just is a great thing to look at. In 46 years, we only had 4 applications, 4 exploration licenses issued, 2 that lasted, and now we have, just this last year alone, over 10 applications in our door. I'm not going to give a final number, but just I hope that continues, and we're with our final rule that we put in last week, that more apply, and we're going to work together to get to the point of issuing commercial permits. In that vein, that's just not the only thing that we're about. We want to do more exploration. We want to do the science to help support this industry. And I like to think that good policy transcends administrations. And so, this is a policy that we can all get behind. Efficiency with an application. And I'll just leave it at that.
And with that as well, I kind of mentioned it previously, but just working across the government, all the different agencies that were with the permitting council exercise, kind of expanding that and really fine-tuning what that first version of the product looked like, to where in the next several years, we've got the swim lanes defined, the roles and responsibilities. We understand where everyone is, the web hopefully becomes a lot clearer for folks, so that we know for this particular process at this particular stage, these are the agencies that are involved, and we can be a lot more proactive in defining that. And so I think, to Eric's point of the government getting out of the way, like having that clearer for not just for us, but for everyone in industry as well is going to be really helpful, on top of making sure that the regs are what they need to be less burdensome and remove unnecessary steps.
That's excellent. Well, we're coming to the end of our time, but I wanted to give you each one last thing. If there's anything you'd like to share with the group, or any final message that maybe we didn't touch on, but this has been fantastic, and thank you guys so much. But I want to give you a chance to, if you have one final comment or something you'd like to leave the group with or ask for, please do.
So I would say the U.S. absolutely cannot do this in isolation. We cannot do this alone. The government cannot do this alone. It takes everyone that's in this room, a lot of people that aren't, even beyond those that I know have called in and are watching the live stream right now. We're all collectively working together. We all have a special role to play to keep things advancing and sharing and being open and transparent as much as we can. Of course, don't want to compromise certain business strategies, but we're in this together, and I can speak specifically for BOEM. We always want you to come to us, let's have these brainstorming sessions, that's active, early, often engagement. Even if you're just starting to kind of halfway think of an idea, come to us and let's talk through it and see what kind of legs it can grow. And then talk about the private-public partnerships are going to be critical to see this move forward.
Yes, 3 points I was just thinking of. First, just from, one, I've said that we're open for business. If you're a company and you apply to NOAA, if you have a problem, pick up the phone, get in touch with us. We want to support not just the industry, but making sure that this process is as efficient as possible, because we know it's not perfect, it needs improvement. If there are areas that could be compressed that we're just not thinking about, and you can help us, help you get through some of the steps, just let's have a conversation. And I hit on that point because over the last year's experience, I've noticed that it seems like folks approach this as it has to be rigid. It has to be super, no, there's no way that NOAA and the regulators would even think about being a little bit flexible with us in our time. And I think that's just a carryover of how other organizations may have approached this in the past. And that's not what we're about. We want to work with you. And so, have more conversations with our team and realize that we're all in this together. That's it.
Great, great. Well, please join me in thanking Megan and Eric. Thank you, guys. We're going to take a quick break, get some coffee, and then we'll be back at it.
I'm freezing.
Good job, man. Whoops.
Thank you.
watching right in front of the clock, so you can watch the kind of countdown. So we should be good to go.
Well, I don't think it really matters because Hans has already asked me to not ask him the first question, so we don't have to go in order.
Yeah, but we're doing that 5 minutes.
Yeah, everybody's doing their 5 minutes. Well, we're doing that. Is that okay if I go down first? 5 minutes. Because everybody needs to take 5 minutes. Okay. So it is listed at Hans. I'm flexible.
Well, I'll get around
So you got
back.
a south side there, is it?
Yeah.
Where's that one from? No one?
All right, guys, we're going to start back up here. And so if you can take a seat. So throughout the day, we're going to have different speakers and different panels, and I think that each one is going to have their own kind of flavor to it. There are going to be unique takeaways to each one. But one of my favorite quotes was from Oscar Wilde, who said, "All of human progress has been based on the unreasonable man." What we have in front of us over here are some uniquely unreasonable people. They have not allowed people to dissuade them from moving this industry forward despite the challenges, technology challenges, funding challenges. These are difficult environments that they're operating in, but they have not been dissuaded. So we are really grateful for their perseverance in moving this industry forward. But I think this panel will be quite instructional in terms of where everybody's coming from, where they operate, and what they're doing. And with that, I'll turn it over to Eric Nolito.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you all for being here. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to moderate this panel. Thank you to the American Council for Capital Formation for putting on this event. But it's my pleasure to moderate a panel of some of the leading companies and some of the leaders when it comes to ocean mineral exploration. We're going to go around the horn first to introduce everybody, and then I'm going to give everybody an opportunity to talk about what they're doing and what they're focusing on in the deep sea mining sector. So Hans Schmidt is the president and CEO of Ocean Minerals, where he leads efforts to explore and evaluate and develop marine mineral resources. He brings 30 years of worldwide project management, engineering, manufacturing, and operations experience on projects for industry, marine, and subsea mining market sectors. Mr. Schmidt has been responsible for numerous underwater mining projects, including the crawler technology now being used by De Beers, underwater sampling systems, instrumentation, and software to improve productivity of these systems. He's, of course, one of the leaders out of the gate in this sector, trying to bring some of the first projects to scale and commercialization. Thank you, Hans. Robert Hayden is President and CEO of Development. His work emphasizes strengthening U.S. supply chains and supporting advanced manufacturing. Robert brings a strong background in resource development and capital markets, contributing to discussions on scaling offshore and onshore mineral opportunities. But Robert has just vast experience in this space. He's been doing this for a long time, and I think he's really bring a unique, in-depth perspective to the conversation. Dr. Annette Broch Matheson-Svet is the CEO of Adept, a geoscience-driven exploration company advancing offshore mineral resources. She has over a decade of experience in offshore exploration across the Norwegian continental shelf, spanning both oil and gas and seabed minerals. She works to enable safer, more efficient seabed operations, strengthening the technical foundation for responsible offshore critical minerals exploration and development. She's actively engaged in international collaboration on critical minerals and offshore licensing, contributing regularly to strategic dialogues on responsible resource development. And we have Dr. Tsvet here, but she's coming from overseas with an interest in investing in the U.S., so it's great to have her. Mark Gordon is the CEO of Odyssey Marine Exploration, a U.S.-based ocean exploration and marine resource development leader. He has extensive experience in entrepreneurship, strategic planning, capital formation, and international operations. Mr. Gordon has deep expertise in aligning technical execution with policy, environmental stewardship, and long-term value creation, advancing projects that support supply chain security while adhering to environmental and regulatory standards. I think we have a great mix. We've got 2 geologists, an engineer, and an MBA, so we can really cover all sides of the projects when we're looking at the future of investment in deep sea mining. I'm going to go around the horn, but I'm going to go, I think, backwards now. I'm going to start with Mark and come back this way so we could hear about your companies and what you're doing and what you think about the future in deep sea mining.
Thanks, Eric. So great to be here, and we're so thankful to the government partners for helping put this venue on. Odyssey is over 30 years old now, U.S. publicly traded company on NASDAQ. We've spent, more than 20,000 hours at depth. So anyone that's a Malcolm Gladwell fan knows it's 10,000 hours to mastery. So we have a lot of experience. In that time, we've developed specialized tools to work at depth that are perfectly suited for the mission that's ahead of all of us right now. We've also developed intellectual property that's proprietary that allows us to evaluate seafloor mineral opportunities before we even leave the dock, in terms of being able to look at legacy data and data that we're acquiring and figuring out from those data sets where the best mineral prospectivity will be. I think what may make me a little different than some of our other panelists is that Odyssey has chosen to take stakes in multiple mineral sets across multiple geographies. So we're diversifying for commodity risk and geopolitical risk. Dr. Carr mentioned, and we're most excited about our newest potential project, which is the heavy mineral sands off of Virginia, where we'll see titanium, zirconium, some rare earth elements, and phosphate. Many of those minerals are minerals that we're dependent on rival nations for right now to supply the U.S. So we're really excited to have something in close proximity to the U.S. Capitol that could fill the U.S. needs. We also have an amazing phosphate project off of Mexico, which is a world-class asset that'll be probably second behind Morocco's terrestrial asset. And then we have investments in 2 out of the 3 Cook Island license holders, exploration license holders. And recently, as Dr. Noble mentioned, the NOAA ship that was there, we were able to take advantage of that platform and deploy some of our advanced technology, autonomous benthic mini landers that have been sitting since the NOAA boat's been down there gathering data. And soon our partner, actually Hans, sitting with me here, will hopefully go back out and find them and bring them back up with all the data that's aboard. So that's a little bit about Odyssey.
Thank you. Annette?
Thank you. So Michael showed a nodule this morning, and something that we haven't spoken so much about is sulfides. So this is the sulfide rock, and this is from Norway. But I would call this, in many ways, the geological twin to the great copper-producing regions that we see here on the U.S. outer continental shelf. It's created through the same process. It shows the same potential. And this rock, believe it or not, it's assayed, and it contains approximately 20% copper. So that is quite significant, because that's more than 100 times the average global mine that we're producing today. So it's quite, and it's not from kilometers underground, it's picked up from the seabed. So just using standard offshore equipment it's proven reliable for decades. So, but this is not what we need. What we need is to move to the metals. And so over the past years, we've been working closely together with our partners. Some of them are sitting over there at that table to build a complete offshore marine mineral value chain. And I will casually put this up. And this is the proof. We've shown going from discovery to production to processing to kind of being able to have the first final copper product that has been done on the Norwegian continental shelf. And that is quite significant. And now we're ready to bring that value chain here, which I find very exciting. And yeah, we've been focused on exclusive economic zones. We find it represents areas where we can produce our resources responsibly and with transparent regulations. And we truly believe that US has the ability to take the lead ahead.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing the demonstratives.
Yeah, you can hear it.
I took a nodule and I held it up last week during testimony, and that was like the only comment I got from my family is like, ooh, show and tell. But it's very important, so if people want to touch and feel, we have that opportunity here with Annette's Rock. So we're going to turn it to Robert.
Thanks, Eric. Yeah, Robert Hayden from American Metal Inc., Ocean Critical Minerals company looking to supply the US with essential metals. American Metal is a relatively new company, but we have a wealth of experience pioneering deep sea minerals. For a quarter of a century, we started with the seafloor massive sulfides. 25 years ago, raised a few $100 million for that project. And then in doing that, I took a flight over to the International Seabed Authority and proposed an idea under which developing countries could look for these seafloor polymetallic nodules in international waters. That was back in 2007, and then started a project in the Clarion-Clipperton Zone between Hawaii and Mexico, which is essentially the biggest deposit of nickel, copper, cobalt, and manganese on the planet. Vast resource that many countries have claims to: China, Russia, Japan, France, Korea, Germany. So it's not just an economic sort of resource, it's a geopolitical resource as well, and it's sort of right in the US backyard, and the US actually was a leader in the 1970s of those seafloor polymetallic nodules. And what American Metal recognises, or our belief is that the US actually has a competitive advantage here. It doesn't just have that historic legacy claim, but it actually has legislation from the 1980s that provides a clear pathway to commercial production. And for us, that's the biggest risk in this industry, is regulatory certainty. The companies that we've founded have raised over $1 billion for deep sea minerals, but the biggest risk that investors always face in these projects is that regulatory certainty. To date, there hasn't been any mining licenses granted and then resulting in commercial production. So that's still the unknown, but the US has a competitive advantage in that it didn't sign UNCLOS and ratify it, so therefore it has its own rules, can create and lead this industry under its own control. And what we're looking to do is create a US hub for deep sea minerals, specifically seafloor polymetallic nodules in the Clarion-Clipperton Zone, and sort of assist the US to compete out there and lead the space, given China and Russia have a couple of claims out there. And similar to the seafloor massive sulfides, the nodules are very rich in metal compared to the grades on land. It's a multi-metal deposit: nickel, copper, cobalt, manganese, and those metals are essential for a range of applications in the US, whether it's electrification, clean energy, national defense, advanced manufacturing. So what we're trying to do is identify a way to get these minerals, or diversify the mineral supply chain away from a couple of maybe geopolitically risky sources that the US currently relies upon to get those minerals. And if there is ever a sort of crisis, or those supply chains aren't reliable, then it's hard to sort of just turn on a tap of mineral supply. So we sort of feel that now's the time to get ready, get set, get these projects up and running, so as the US does have that diversification from its current supply chains. And yeah, we find that dealing with the US is a lot more positive, we find, in their regulatory approach. And yeah, the national agenda now towards critical minerals, we recognise is quite important, and we want to play a role in that.
Thank you, Robert. Hans.
Yeah, thanks, Eric. So the company that I represent is Ocean Minerals, and we have a couple of subsidiary companies. working out of the Cook Islands, two in particular that I'll talk about, Mohana Minerals, which is our license holder, and developing the polymetallic nodule project down in the Cook Islands. But we also have another very interesting company called Kiva Marine that owns and operates our own bespoke research vessels. So as a company, we took a little different path to most other folks, and I'll touch more about that. But what I do want to share is the interesting start to our company. We're here today with folks from the government, from the science communities, industry, and so forth. But few people know that Ocean Minerals was started as a result of a US government initiative. Back in 2011, when the Chinese put a stranglehold on rare earths and really used it as a geopolitical weapon, the Army Research Lab set out an RFI, and what they asked for is, can people find alternate sources to rare earth minerals? And at the time, the project lead went to his boss and said, we can't just restrict this to the land-based resources. We need to look and extend this project to include the oceans. And after a bit of to and froing, he was allowed to do that. And as a result, we got a $2 million grant to go and look for rare earth metals in the oceans. And that was a 2-year project that culminated in the reporting to the US government about the rare earth muds that we found in the Cook Islands that had really high levels of rare earths. And it's funny, at the time, the challenge we had was we had these pesky nodules that were sitting on top of the sand, and they were getting in the way of getting to these muds. It's interesting how over time we've now segued to the polymetallic nodules, because we've come to realize that these nodules being a source of multiple metals is really important for a number of reasons, whether it's economic, whether it's development, or whether it's geopolitical. These are going to play a very important role as we go forward. But that is what led to the formation of Ocean Minerals and how we ended up in the Cook Islands with our project. And we have predominantly, as a company, remained focused on the Cook Islands and the Cook Islands exclusive economic waters for a really important reason: regulatory certainty. I think anybody who's been in the space for some time has seen the challenges we have in international waters with regards to regulatory certainty. In the US, there are certain aspects of the current legislation that can make it a little challenging for investors to ensure that what they put on the table in the early stages, they have a pathway to being able to get the rewards. So these are challenges that, as a company, drove us to focus on the Cook Islands, and we've been operating there since back in 2016. We've had our exploration license now since February of 2022. Our program is well developed. We've done quite a bit of research work, and we're really grateful to NOAA and the team there for bringing in the Nautilus. They very kindly went and mapped the seamount that's in our license area, and we really appreciate about that data and information. And it adds to all the information we've been collecting. There was mention of the landers by Mark. I'm actually off to the Cook Islands at the end of the week, and next week we're going to recover them, and we've got 6 months of data that will come up. And as part of the collaboration, when that data is recovered, it gets passed back onto NOAA, so NOAA can put it into their database. It goes into the Cook Islands. They have their database. And what you're hearing here is cooperation, collaboration, sharing. I think although there's a lot of commercial competitiveness, it's also incumbent on us to cooperate and work together. This is going to take a community to be successful, and it's important that in the different regions where we are working, that community grows and encompasses all of those. As far as the work is concerned, I talked about Kiva Marine. So we have our own bespoke research vessel that has really been purpose-built for this industry. So she has full ocean depth mapping capabilities, sub-bottom profiling capabilities. She has a full 6-frequency EK80 echo sounder for doing all the biomass research we need to do. And then she has all the winches and the equipment to do all the sampling, whether it's water sampling, whether it's seafloor sampling, dragging of mock nets to do pelagic work. All of that equipment is on board the vessel and part of the spread. And then finally, we have our 6,000-meter ROV that we did in collaboration with Odyssey Marine. They provided us with the platform. The platform is on board the vessel. And we do this to film nodules. And in 2023, we filmed seafloor nodules in the Cook Islands for the first time in history, which was really interesting. So we have our own research vessel, and it's important because we need to do the work in order to show that this can be done environmentally in a responsible manner. That was something Dr. Megan Carr said earlier on, that has to happen. It's important that we are cognizant of the environment and we understand the environment we're working in. And in the Cook Islands, we have really taken this a step further by dedicating a vessel to the region to do this work. As far as the pathway to development, I just want to touch a little on that as well, because we talk about getting into development, being able to produce. So in the Cook Islands, our company has already found and defined the resource in our 23,000 square kilometers of license area. And we know with certainty we have in excess of 500 million tons of polymetallic nodules sitting in our license area ready for access. So the resource work has been done, it's been identified. The environmental work is in its second year. It has about another year to go before we can do our environmental impact study. So that is progressing and is nearly done. We kicked off our pre-feasibility study this week, or last week rather. I was in Houston and we kicked that off. What does that mean? It means that we have a mining solution that we are comfortable and confident in and has been demonstrated by other vendors around the world. We've also proven that when you get a polymetallic nodule up, you can extract the metals that are within it and produce sellable product that the market wants to consume. And we have proven that. We've proven it in 3 different processes, and we know it happens. And what we are doing during the pre-feasibility is now taking that to the point where it is at a defined level of bankability that industry and finances would look for in order to give the green light to move forward. So where we are is moving this project along very steadily with intent, and I would estimate we're probably about 2/3 down the roadway towards where we would be ready to apply for the mining license and get the permission to go forward. But what we need to do as an industry and as a community is now consider how do we get those mining systems and those processing plants funded and in fabrication, because it takes 3 years or more to build it. And if we want to meet our goals and objectives of before 2030, having polymetallic nodule sourced materials, or even in the case of a net, the seafloor massive sulfides, there's a lot of really key decisions that need to be made now. People are going to have to think outside the box. They're going to have to think assertively, and we are going to look at how we manage the risk profile that holds away the money from investing into the sector. How can we encourage those people to invest early with some risk, with a level of mitigation, so that when projects like ours are ready to, with the regulatory permission to go forward, that we are able to commence with production, because we've had the foresight to build early and to build smartly.
Thank you, Hans. And I would say that the collaboration within the industry at the outset, and for many years, it's been very impressive, and so has the industry's commitment to the core values of safety and environmental responsibility. I think there's a desire to see where the companies and where the industry is going to be on that, but we're seeing it every day. Mark, just from your standpoint, leading a company that's really investing into really all aspects of deep sea mining, could you just lay out the big opportunities that the U.S. has in front of it if it embraces this industry and moves forward with it in a deliberate yet confident way?
Yeah, it's a great question, Eric. I think U.S. innovation has always led, and we have another opportunity right now with this space to lead again. I've thought for a long time since, because we've been really focused for the past 15, 16 years on seafloor minerals, and from the beginning, I've thought the story arc is very similar to offshore oil and gas, right? And well, you have a lot of experience in that realm, and there's a lot of transferable knowledge, but it also sets a base model to say the U.S. can lead. In fact, I think it's the North Sea and Norway, it was American mariners who came over and started there as well. So that's the opportunity we have right now. And there were some comments earlier from the panel, and I think in Michael's opening comment, that we just can't squander this opportunity now, because I can tell you there are a lot of other nations that are as intently focused and maybe with better state-owned resources. China's a great example. More than a decade ago, a contingent from Minmetal, the Chinese state-owned mining company, came to Tampa to go to school on Odyssey. It was before they were quite as adversarial. We haven't had them back since, just so the American regulators know. And then about 6 years ago, the Underwater Minerals Conference, which Dr. Carr referenced earlier, was actually held in China, and we had an opportunity to go see the technology that Minmetals had back then, and they're serious about this. So I guess the opportunity, coming back to your question, is, and I'm so encouraged by what we're seeing from this current administration and the regulators that are navigating this path forward for all of us. The opportunity right now is for the U.S. to lead again like we've done over many, many years in innovation in various fields. And we just can't squander the opportunity. I think critical is going to be certainty of the regulatory framework that's installed. That's going to be the key, as Hans mentioned, to attracting investor dollars. That's probably been our biggest challenge. So I think that's why it's so great that we're all here today having this dialogue and trying to advance the regulatory framework in line with the innovation.
Thank you, Mark. And Rob, on the flip side of that coin, what are the risks if we kind of take a step back and kind of allow the detractors to have their way and see this not emerge as a leading industry within the U.S.?
I would say not being in the driver's seat will allow the minerals to produce however those who choose to move ahead will do so. But with the U.S. kind of taking the lead. I think we will see the benefits of being traceable, being responsibly managed, and with full environmental oversight. I think that will be the best way.
And geopolitical security, correct?
Yeah.
That when you're talking about all the things that Rob mentioned with national defense, with aeronautical, with IT and the AI boom and everything like that, we're in jeopardy of having to continue to rely on China and other countries for these critical minerals.
There's a couple of factors as well. Like the demand for metals in the US is structural. That's not going away. It's only going to increase. Investment capital in the mining industry can be cyclical, though. At the moment, I've never seen as much capital available for the mining sector as well as deep sea minerals. But mining is cyclical, and that can dry up very quickly, and that may not allow for advancement of projects in a few years' time if we don't get them kicked off now. And also, as Hans mentioned, some of these capital infrastructure, whether it's the processing plants, whether it's building the mining equipment, it does take years. And if supply does get cut off in the future, you can't just turn it on immediately. You need to spend a few years getting that in place. And so you need to get that in place now to have that hedge in the future to be able to turn it on immediately rather than start the process then when it's needed.
That's a good point. It came up last week in the congressional hearing where there was a lot of pushback that there's no urgency for this. You haven't been developing it to date. Why is there this urgency all of a sudden? Hans, can you kind of describe, especially with your experience in the Cook Islands, it's been competitive for you, right?
Yeah. No, look, I think the issue is that it's not a today problem, it's a future problem, and therefore people are not focused on it. But the problem that you have is as time evolves, the future problem becomes today's problem. And then when you look at it, you don't have the time to do it, it's too late. Mining projects on land take anywhere between 7 and 20 years from start to being in production. In the ocean, we could probably do it in 3 to 5 years. But it's still 3 to 5 years. And during that 3 to 5 years, you have a deficit or you have a shortfall. So it creates a lot of pressure on the economy and the manufacturing industries and so forth. So this is not something that you can kick down the road. This is something you have to be proactive and you need to deal with it now. I think the other thing I just want to touch on as well is with regards to risks. We speak about the typical ones, the funding, the regulatory framework, and so forth. But also think as an industry and a sector, it's also very important for us to make sure that we get our messaging right, and that as a group, we don't fall into the same mistake that has happened in the past, where we tend to hide behind the wall and not talk about our industry, not share about our industry and what we are doing. And what I'm referring to is the anti-lobby. There's a large lobby of folk out there who do not want to see this go ahead. There's a lot of misinformation that gets published out there. And I think the challenge that we've seen is that if you do not, as an industry, constantly talk about what we are doing, what we are up to, and putting factual information out there about the science we're doing, the technology, the equipment, the need for these metals, etc., you create a void, and within that void, the anti-lobby can fill it. So I think we also mustn't underestimate the, as this becomes more mainstream and as this gets more grip and traction, we're also going to see that pressure come up and start rising. And as a sector and an industry, whether it's government or ourselves, we all have these challenges. I know that within the government departments, and you meet with various people, you can determine whether there's a pro or an anti-slant. And we need to be cognizant of it. And what we need to do is inform and share and message in a consistent, ongoing method, and find mechanisms whereby we can do that as an industry very efficiently, or we will get an unexpected surprise out of left field.
And that's a fantastic point. And I think when you look at what a lot of the pushback relates to, it comes back to there's not enough information, not enough research. We don't know enough. Mm-hmm. But I think, Rob, you have great experience in this side of the house because you've been trying to help lead research. And I think what we're seeing here is an industry that, if this industry wasn't here, we wouldn't have a lot of the knowledge that we have about the marine environment in these areas. And I think we can walk and chew gum at the same time here, can't we?
Yeah, I mean, there's a difference between precaution and paralysis. And for 25 years, as I mentioned, we've spent hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars on environmental science. With the seafloor massive sulfides, that was the most comprehensive environmental work around the world for seafloor massive sulfides. And then the following company that I started, Deep Green, which then turned into TMC, they've gone on to spend hundreds of millions of dollars, likewise in the Clarion-Clipperton zone with environmental science. And it's the most comprehensive environmental work that's been done. And that wouldn't have been done if it wasn't for industry leading the way. But even when I started that company back in 2008 was when I started Narrow Ocean Resources, and then that turned into Deep Green in 2011. Back then, the talk about moratoriums, the talk about we need more data. And so we've already had sort of a moratorium for the last 15 years since we were looking to move forward. And in that time have done a lot of work. But the seafloor mineral industry has been doing a lot of work since the 1970s. About $1 billion was spent back then. There's been hundreds and hundreds of cruisers gone out to the Clarion-Clipperton zone since the 70s. It's about 50 years of work now. I'm not sure I know any other industry in human existence that's had that much work done and money spent prior to actual commercial production starting. There's no equivalent. And so the amount of, I guess, misinformation out there in terms of we just don't know enough is just not true, given all the data that we've got, the amount of work that's been done and the science. And look, it's a huge amount of contribution to the global scientific community. But at some stage, there needs to be a decision that, you're never going to get complete information. There's no industry on the planet that has complete information for their impact. And so at some stage, there just needs to be a decision to recognise that we do need these metals, and are we going to keep getting them on land and go to harder and harder environments on land and bigger impacts on fragile ecosystems, or do we want to take a little bit of pressure off the land and diversify where we get those resources from? So that's sort of our view.
Thanks. That's fantastic in terms of kind of understanding just how far back the research has been conducted for.
Erica, if I could tag on to that, it goes way beyond 25 years back, right? The U.S. has been studying this ocean environment since the 1960s. I think Dr. Carr mentioned the International Marine Minerals Society, which Odyssey was instrumental in relocating from University of Hawaii to the continental US in St. Petersburg, Florida. And was it just the 54th or 55th annual conference? There you have science, academia, and commercial getting together. So anyway, just wanted to emphasize that this is not new.
No, thank you. And Annette, you actually have experience doing work in the Arctic and Norway with the full marine minerals value chain. Can you talk about how you could transfer that experience to the US OCS?
Definitely. So yeah, we worked researchers tightly integrated with the industry to go from this to the copper product, and I think like that was really driving us forward, because yeah, we were doing things differently on either side, and when we got together, we taught each other, and we could really develop a proper value chain. The researchers that were researching the baseline environment and that were kind of, oh, but you're not gonna hurt my sponge over here. What you're using this technology? Okay, I need to change what I actually do focus on. And likewise, the industry have been developing tools to do environmental studies much more efficient than we've seen before. And now working together, I think that would be a very, I think that's the way to go. And I just want to comment on that kind of precaution as well. It doesn't mean, for some, it seems to be understood as inaction. But it's not. It should just be built into the license system with like proper decisions gates, so that, okay, if I find something that is unacceptable here, then I stop, rather than stop before we have kind of figured it out together.
Well said.
There's a process
Yeah,
that
there is a process.
allows economic progress while balancing that with the need to protect the environment. It's kind of how we make progress as a society. Mark, could you kind of hit on what the obstacles are to kind of making this a reality? I think you mentioned it when you opened up, but what do we need to do?
Yeah, it's mostly the regulatory framework, I would say, because clearly the technology exists. It's used every day of the week. The science exists, as the points Robert made was so excellent. You're never going to have perfect information, but we have a vast amount of information. It's been the certainty around the regulatory framework. And so, again, that's why I'm so encouraged by what I'm seeing out of Washington. I spent 27 years of my adult life here, and I've never seen as much focus on moving a key strategic initiative forward as quickly as this administration has. So I think that's going to be it, because with certainty, raising capital is much easier, and the capital has to come from the commercial sector to advance this for the good of everybody. But to get investors comfortable, there has to be that certainty. There has to be security of tenure, because even some of these licenses now will invest hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in early stage, just in the application phases. So if you can't get that certainty that once you've proven the resources there and you have the capability to recover it, that you could actually recover it, that's going to slam the brakes on this whole industry.
No, it's great to hear from Eric and Megan this morning about the steps they're taking to kind of create that regulatory regime that's going to provide that predictability with the rule that came out last week, with BOEM continuing to move forward, all and further into the executive orders. It shows that there's support in the federal family.
Yeah. Can I just add on to that? I think what Mark touched on is the upfront. But we also need to look at what the government's role is on the next stage. This is an industry that doesn't exist. So there are no processing plants that process any of the ore bodies. We do not have a fully functional mining ship in existence yet. And these are big capital projects. A mining ship, if you do conversion, is $500 million. If you look at a processing plant, you're looking at $1.5 billion that you need to do. Where does the money come from to do that? So yeah, it's great that we can get the regulatory framework and we can get certainty up to getting the permit, but how do we get that infrastructure built and how do we get that funded? And I think that's an opportunity where the government, we're not expecting the government to step up and fund the industry, but there are steps that the government can take to help support it. And we talk about, for example, the government has the need to consume these metals. So let's get an offtake agreement, so a futures contract to buy the product, which is a commercially binding offer. That in turn will then unlock the financiers because they're looking for the ability for you to be able to service it is one example. Or providing some mechanism of insurance that if somebody spends the money to build a plant or build a ship, and for some reason the project dissipates and doesn't reach its potential and make money, that there's an insurance policy that would cover some of that risk, not necessarily all of it. So I think it's this kind of alternate thinking that we are sharing with the folks that we meet with and exploring these possibilities. And it comes back to what Dr. Noble said earlier on. We assume there's inflexibility, but that's not the case. What we need to do is engage and have those dialogues and share these ideas and thoughts and see if we can get some traction, because it's not just about the upfront, it's also about the back end, because without that we don't get to be where we want to be.
Oh, and it does seem that this is an industry that wants to reshore or launch that manufacturing here in the U.S.
Yeah.
So you have collaboration within the industry, but then you also have the need for collaboration with the government to make sure that we have the processing capabilities here, because that was a big criticism that we were hearing last week as well, that you're not going to do that here, but there's an opportunity, and this is what we're talking about when it comes to, America First and creating opportunities for U.S. manufacturing.
And that's where the seafloor minerals are really unique. It's impractical to build the processing facility at the mine site. So you have to ship it somewhere. So let's ship it to where it matters. So that's why there's a lot of interest in bringing those ore bodies here to continental US and onshoring those production facilities, because it lends itself to it. So yes, you do, if you don't have it in your own territorial waters or in regions nearby, you can do partnerships with friendly aligned countries. We talk about the Cook Islands, or you can go beyond national boundaries like the NOAA law allows. But what's really important is that material comes back here and you process it here, and you have that industry and that capability and that information and IP sitting here.
Your last question, Rob. I'm fully sold that this is going to be a real economic opportunity for the industry and for companies. It's going to be something that drives economic growth. Give me the pitch as to why you see this as a strong commercial economic opportunity for companies like yours.
Look, size of resource in the mining industry, the key is resource, and the seafloor resources are massive in terms of size, but also the grade is so high. On land, we've spent 100 years. We started the easy mining deposits, the rich, high-grade deposits, but over 100 years we've mined down to lower and lower and lower grade. So grade is key when it comes to economics. The seafloor minerals untouched, and therefore we can go to the highest grade, largest deposits. The beauty of, say, for example, the seafloor polymetallic nodules is it's multi-metal, nickel, copper, cobalt, manganese. To get those metals on land, you'd have to build a manganese mine in South Africa, copper mine in the Andes, a nickel mine in Madagascar or New Caledonia, 3 lots of mining, 3 lots of processing plants. You're using rail, using roads. As Hans mentioned, you're already on the seafloor, you bring it to a vessel, you go straight to port. You can have your processing plant built in an industrial port where you've already got your labour there. You don't have to build labour camps up in the Andes Mountains and deal with water infrastructure and electricity and power. You've got it all in an industrial centre that's already a brownfield site, so you're not having more impact on the ecosystem. One of the beauties of the polymetallic nodules is the actual processing. So we've got a long history of developing processing technology for polymetallic nodules, and essentially, because they're a hydroxide, we end up with a material that the waste material is essentially silica, which is inert, as opposed to a lot of terrestrial mines that end up with quite toxic tailings. Either it's sulfide, sort of acidic based, or acid mine drainage. You have to store that in tailings dams. The nodules, from that perspective, have those additional elements where all the products are saleable, so that adds to your revenues, and in operating at the lowest end of the cost curve, because we can have so much different revenues coming from those different byproducts, which lowers our position on the cost curve as well. So the economics has always been there, the resource has always been there. It's just the regulatory framework to give us that certainty to go to commercial production is the missing link. But we feel that the US now is providing more certainty than the industry has ever seen in terms of regulatory framework and actually government's appetite to get behind these projects, recognising how critical minerals are for the future. And if the US doesn't think long-term about that, unfortunately China will just do what China's done on land. China's spent the last 3 decades thinking long-term, either providing finances to mines, building infrastructure in developing countries, building the processing plants, and therefore China now dominates the supply of minerals on land. If the US doesn't sort of try to lead in the deep sea, China will just do the same, and so China will have both land-based as well as seafloor minerals wrapped up, and then that just increases vulnerability, geopolitical risks, and I just don't know if that's something the US will be able to tolerate moving forward. So that's sort of the economic sort of side of deep sea minerals.
Well, thank you. So we got this constant demand for critical minerals, and everything we do, it runs our economy. We've got this vast opportunity. We've got companies that are finding ways and advancing technologies to do it environmentally safe. And then we've got companies here that are stepping forward to make that investment and make it happen. So we got, I think, the perfect recipe for some progress here for this industry. So thank you all. We're going to close out the panel with that, and appreciate being here with you all.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're swapping out.
That's great.
Excellent. Excellent. Oops. Are we good to go? Ah, great. Well, really appreciate the panel. And, one thing I did want to mention is as this industry is getting up and running, something that comes up from time to time, and just want to clarify it, is that offshore mining and critical minerals development that we're talking about is in addition to terrestrial mining. In no way, shape, or form is this industry going to replace or diminish the need for terrestrial mining. The needs are so great, but what we're talking about is an incredible new resource with high grades that can supplement what we need. But from the standpoint of our industry and how we fit into the broader extractive industries, we want a collaborative relationship with them, and we want to work closely. But it's just one of those things of clarity, because sometimes folks will pit the terrestrials against the offshores, and that's just not where we are as an industry. We're going to be 100% reliant upon collaborative work with the terrestrial mining industry, and we're looking for those partnerships as well. That's just one of those small points that I wanted to make sure we got across, because sometimes it comes up as sort of maybe the different entities are at cross purposes, and they're not. As the U.S. looks at developing its own terrestrial mining and looks at partnerships with other countries around the world, we think that this is an addition to, not an in place of. But the panel that we have coming up next is really where the rubber hits the road. We've talked about the policy that has been set by our government, and to be, they touched on it a little bit, but the last 4 administrations in a row have been showing a bipartisan support for critical minerals. It was actually during the Obama administration when the Chinese restricted exports of rare earths that it became clear that this was a national security challenge. And studies and work began at that time, knowing that we had a national security issue that we needed to address. Those efforts were continued and expanded upon during the first Trump administration, with the creation of the first critical minerals lists and looking at ways that we can streamline our ability to develop. Then, in the Biden administration, those efforts were supplemented further with real money and real funding and expanded engagement with international allies and whatnot. And with the Trump administration coming back now, it's continued even further. And so as we move towards the regulatory panel, come on up, this is really where the rubber hits the road. These are the folks that will be implementing the policies and actually making this happen. So what we have is the opportunity that was laid out in front of you by the developers. You have the goals and the priorities that were set forth by the EO and the administration that Dr. Carr and Dr. Noble talked about. And now what we have is how are these actually going to be implemented and how are we going to move this forward. So thrilled for this panel and thrilled to turn it over to Matt, our fearless leader. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. So we're one of these two. Where do you want to sit?
Oops, I'm sorry.
Are we a
Magical
chair
chairs.
short?
Oh, okay.
No, I didn't know if Matt was still
Zooming it on.
Okay, everybody shift down one.
standing.
I'm standing, that's fine. That's fine.
Sorry, I didn't recognize you.
All right.
Okay, now we're.
Well, my name is Matt Leopold, and I'm a partner at Holland & Knight here in Washington, D.C. I practice environmental regulatory law, and I was previously the general counsel of the US EPA, and so I am thrilled to be moderating this panel today with our distinguished guests, and I'll give a brief introduction and then let them talk more about what they do. First, I want to introduce Mr. Lee Forsgren. He's the Principal Deputy Secretary of the Army for Civil Works, and he was appointed on March 31st of 2025, and he works in many areas of in the core programs, and I'll let him talk more about that. Next, I'd like to introduce Commander Michael Comerford. He is the Division Chief for Hazardous Materials, the Hazardous Materials Division within the Office of Design and Engineering Standards at the Coast Guard, and he leads a team of chemical engineers that evaluate, classify, and categorize cargoes for safe carriage by ship across domestic and international routes. With him, we have Julie Miller. She's a general engineer on the offshore team within the Division of Vessel and Facilities Operating Standards at the Coast Guard. And we also have the pleasure of welcoming Kerry Keogh with the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. He is a federal consistency specialist at NOAA, where he supports the implementation of the Coastal Zone Management Act, including expertise in coordination and stakeholder engagement in aligning offshore critical minerals development with coastal communities' priorities and environmental protections. We also have with us Dr. Megan Carr from the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. And thank you, Dr. Carr. She stepped in on behalf of Nessie Summit, who was supposed to be here but couldn't make it the travel. Dr. Carr directs a portfolio on a varied portfolio on the Outer Continental Shelf, including oil and gas leasing, carbon sequestration, and national assessments of oil and gas, and also evaluation of critical minerals in federal waters. And last but not least, we have Christy Land with the Bureau of Safety and Environmental Enforcement. At Bessie, she leads regulatory frameworks for offshore energy activities and insights on critical minerals offshore. So thank you all for being here. We're going to have a robust discussion now with the regulators both, and I think we're going to start with the Outer Continental Shelf. And so, Dr. Carr, I wanted to turn to you first as the first agency in BOEM that touches these projects. So, what are you doing now at BOEM to prepare for this industry and for critical minerals generally?
So I lightly touched on it earlier, but we are moving forward with quite a bit of leasing processes at the moment. So we've got offshore American Samoa, where back in November, we issued an area ID, and that doesn't mean anything in the context other than, I guess I'll give a broad overview, kind of stepwise. For the first step of any of our leasing processes, we issue a request for information, and that is where I announced earlier that we've issued that today for offshore of Alaska. We've also issued it for CNMI back in November as well. Those come with a comment period to where people can provide some information of whatever it is that they would like to, whether it's show of support or not.
what are the types of areas that they would like us to consider including in a lease sale off of those particular regions that are being specified in the RFI. And then we take all of that feedback and we assess where we may want to offer that up. And that's the next stage, which is the area ID, and that's where we're at with the American Samoa sale. And that then prompts our environmental analysis, and so the area ID puts in the geographic constraints on where it is that the analysis is going to occur. The next stage off of that is a proposed leasing notice that's going to have all the different terms and conditions, whether it's fiscal or otherwise, and it actually lays out, here are the different areas that are going to be offered up for lease, the timing of the lease sale itself, and a number of other things. That also has a comment period associated with it. We take back all of that feedback and then move forward with a final notice for the lease, finalize on when the actual lease sale is going to occur, the different auction terms that would be decided on. We have the sale. It's a competitive process. The winning bid, we go through another fair market value assessment and so forth, but making sure that those leases are awarded and moving forward. So we've not reached any of those other stages past the area ID, but also looking forward, mentioned Odyssey Marine had come in last year and done a request for us to begin the leasing process offshore of Virginia. The first stage in that is the RFI. That's not yet to be issued, but we are working on it at the moment. And then when things move forward with different plans being approved, and you actually have production moving forward, we pass things over to Bessie.
Great. Christy, why don't you tell us a little bit about Bessie's role and what you do there?
Sure. As Megan said, BOEM is one of our partner agencies. Bessie's specific mission space, our mission is promotion of safety, protecting the environment, conservation of resources. So we really come in, and while we are involved early, as Megan said, really once those plans are approved, is kind of where Bessie's real mission starts. And we're looking at several different things, but it all comes back to safety of people, safety of the environment. So we're looking at things like safety management systems, emergency response plans, oil spill response plans, making sure that those who are operating out there have assessed their risks, know what they're going to do should something happen. We also, as we move into operations, we, in general, issue operational permits where we are looking at the specifics of that operation. So we're making sure that the equipment and the procedures and the processes are both fit for service and fit for purpose in that particular environment for those particular operations that are going on. And then we, kind of the last part of where we come into play in our mission is really on the compliance side. So we're making sure that anybody who's out there operating is complying with the terms and conditions of a BOEM issued lease, of a BOEM or Bessie, plan or permit. And we have lots of different ways of doing that. So, some examples, we can audit, safety management systems, making sure those are operating and functional. We can go out and do inspections. If there is an issue, we may go out and do an investigation. We work with a lot of our federal partners. A lot of times they're sitting up here in that case. And then, if it comes to it, we do have enforcement authority to make sure that we are really maintaining, that overall level of safety, both for, personnel and the environment.
That's great. Let me turn to Lee with the Corps and tell us a little bit about how the Corps is supporting regulatory efforts and the Corps' role.
Thanks, Matt. Basically, the Army Corps of Engineers has to issue a permit to anyone who wants to build or operate something that could impede navigation in the navigable waters, and more importantly, if you're going to disturb and create a dredge and fill material activity, basically if you're going to touch the bottom and even scrape something that could spit even a quarter of an ounce of fill beside you requires a permit under Section 404 of the Clean Water Act. We are trying desperately at the policy level to expedite those permits and to work. We always work in conjunction. That permit triggers other federal requirements such as NEPA, et cetera, and we work very closely with, if another agency requires a permit, not to duplicate the effort in that sense. But we do need to do it for expediting. But in this particular space, we are looking for opportunities to tremendously expedite the permitting process. And we'd like to get into we have things that are called nationwide permits. And we just reissued the existing 56 permits. They went final about 2 weeks ago. But we're now thinking about some new permits. And if you all have any ideas in that space, one of the constructs that has been suggested to us, particularly in the critical minerals section of offshore mineral activity, that we could find a way. Now, it has to be minimal environmental impact, but we can be pretty creative how to create minimal environmental impact. So if you think there might be an appropriate nationwide permit that could be developed for this industry, when we put out our request for information in the next couple of 3 weeks, we would certainly like to hear from you all.
Great. Thank you, Lee. And coming down the line, we'll let Kerry Kehoe introduce himself and what he does at NOAA.
Thank you, Matt. So I'm Kerry Kehoe. I serve on the DSHMRA application review team at NOAA. In exercising our administrative responsibilities under the Deep Seabed Hard Mineral Resources Act, we have a very different regulatory regime than what the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management operates under. As Dr. Carr described, the BOEM process under the Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act is built around a proprietary leasing process. It's a competitive process. Whereas at NOAA, you come in with your permit, your license or your permit application, and away you go. So we review the application for completeness. We then determine, and in the next step, we determine whether the applicant is eligible for a license or permit, which essentially determines are they capable of doing what they say they're going to do? Are they capable of raising the funds? Are they capable of taking on this enterprise in terms of the exploration or commercial recovery? If we certify that the applicant is eligible, then we move on to the next phase, which is conducting a draft environmental impact statement and developing the terms, conditions, and restrictions. At that point, if those are all favorable to the applicant, then we move into the decision phase, and we write our final determination, our findings, and decide whether to issue a license or permit. There are several points in that process where there's public participation and interagency consultation, particularly at the certification stage where we're determining the eligibility of an applicant. And then again, when we get into publication of what will be our draft environmental impact statement and our draft terms, conditions, and restrictions that would apply to a license or permit. Our timeframes are very different. So as I mentioned, someone comes in the door for us, if they have a complete application, away we go. If they've paid the fee, we're off to the races. The executive order changed in a day would have been a statute that had been dormant for decades into a very active statute. So within days of EO 14285 being issued last April, we had our first applications coming in the door. We've had more since then, and we expect more yet to be received. That creates quite a few challenges for us. And even though BOEM and NOAA have a very different regulatory regime, we are all faced with the same challenges. We're looking for ways to resolve those challenges. There may be ways we can complement each other's strengths. There may be ways where we both have gaps that we combine resources to fill. We're trying to build out a program. It's like being in a ship that's under sail, and you're trying to build it as you're sailing, and you're sailing into a tempest. It's a very challenging regulatory environment that we're working in. What we're hoping for, and looking across all of the agencies here on the panel, is a holistic governance approach. So even though we're all operating under different statutes, we need to step back at a certain point and look at and say, how does all this fit together? For instance, the question of uncertainty, environmental uncertainty. As was mentioned this morning, there's been a lot of good work done at the private sector. The marine industrial sector has contributed an enormous amount of scientific research. We need to validate that, to develop public confidence in the science. We need to work together across agencies so that we're using consistent data sets, so that what the industry is developing for us are consistent data sets, that they're being gathered in the same way, they're being formatted in the same way, so that we're not comparing apples and oranges. We need to have consistent environmental assessment protocols. We need to have consistent conditions across our different types of authorizations. And in the larger policy framework, keep in mind that, it's very possible that in the US EEZ that BOEM is authorizing under OXLA, and in the international waters that DSHMRA is authorizing under DSHMRA, those may be immediately adjacent to each other for US companies. And we need to make sure that we have a consistent policy framework in those two adjoining areas. And then I would say the same thing for stakeholder engagement. We need to have an integrated approach to how we interact with Pacific Island communities, how we interact with marine fisheries management councils, so that we have consistent messaging across from us, that we're both learning from each other and from these communities. To do this is not something we can do on our own. We, of course, need leadership to help direct us in this regard, help support us, get us the support that we need, but we also need industry support. We need the industry's understanding. So let me just turn it back to you, Matt, and we continue down the line.
Okay, great. You raised some really important questions there about how the agencies work together. And of course, the Coast Guard works across both, the EEZ and international waters. So Commander Comerford and Julie, tell us about the Coast Guard's role in both spaces.
Great. Thanks, Matt. Good morning, everybody. Julie Miller with the U.S. Coast Guard. I'm really happy to be here. I'm glad to see you guys all in person. And you talk about going into the storm. Well, we got you. That's our thing. So you got the Coast Guard with you. And one thing we wanted to tell you in this regulatory panel is that we are working together as collaborators in both the OXLA space and in the DSHMRA space. And yeah, rolling into a storm is kind of what we do. So we're here to help, as always. So in the offshore, the OXLA space, the Coast Guard has a role, of course, in maritime safety, security, and environmental protection. But just as Christy said, and I don't want to re-say what she already said, but our role there really is about worker safety, about safety of life at sea out there on our oil platforms or on wind turbines, whatever they are. The Coast Guard's looking at that. We obviously also have some authorities when it comes to inspecting vessels and ships, whether they're domestic or foreign. The Coast Guard has authority for some safety aspects of both of those types of vessels, so we're looking at that. So we have a lot of experience in the offshore community, and we work hand in hand with BOEM and Bessie in the OXLA space to make sure that happens in an expedited manner. And then really exciting, which is new to us, is the DSHMRA, this international space. And I've been so happy to meet Carrie. We've met several, a while ago now. We've been working together closely since. We're on calls together often. But the Coast Guard's authorities under DSHMRA are very specific. They rely on safety of life at sea, vessel safety, people's safety when they're out on the sea, and also some environmental protection pieces of that as well. So they're things that the Coast Guard's always done for decades and for centuries, really. So we're on top of it, and we're excited to really help everybody do this really safely. One thing that Christy mentioned that I want to foot stomp again is safety management systems. We want to make sure the industry is aware that those are going to be very important things. A safety management system can bridge the gap between your overarching company and then the safety management systems you see at the lowest levels on board the ships and the contractors that you have working in your operational space. So they all have to work together, and that's what our safety management systems do to keep everybody safe and the evolution safe when you're out at sea. So that's our role there in both of those environments. Happy to be here, though. Thanks.
Thanks.
And on my side, I handle the cargo portion. So at some point, with the collective power and coordination through everyone in this room, we're going to be to a point in the near future where harvesting becomes a reality. So the one thing unique in this industry is that it has to go by ship. And our office is specifically geared towards providing safe carriage requirements for those ships. During your testing and exploratory phase, as you're moving forward, you can take representative samples and put them through standard tests that are provided in solid bulk cargo shipments adopted internationally. Approach our office and start coordinating how you what your properties are for your specific harvest zone, where your permit is. And we'll work with you in partnership to develop those cargo schedules. And furthermore, you work directly with the same office if you're engaging international partners, whether it's an international ship that's doing the transshipment or you're landing this cargo in another country. So we're here to help facilitate both the domestic and international carriage requirements. And we are in a unique situation where we have a long-standing, well-practiced framework to utilize to apply to these cargoes that are going to be new and upcoming here really soon.
That's great. Well, it's really wonderful to have the experts from these agencies here, and I know people want to understand the best way to approach the agencies as we have active projects. And so maybe I'll turn back to Bohm and Bessie and ask, what are the potential things that lessees and developers need to think about in seeking a regulatory approval?
I think the biggest thing is early and often engagement, as mentioned before. I mean, even if you're starting to think about an idea and it's maybe only half-baked, like, please come and talk to us. We can make sure that we're pulling in the right people in that conversation to kind of talk through where are all the little pathways that it could take, who are the other people. It's just kind of as simple as that. So we have found in our experiences with the oil and gas industry and other industries, those companies that come to us early on are the ones that are going to be more successful than the others are. No one likes surprises, and these conversations help us to unearth all the different things that could happen on both sides as a potential surprise, and that's mitigated early on before you even move forward and invest too much capital. Because maybe you want to think about it a little bit different after you have those conversations. And just the engagement piece externally as well. So we can provide our best practices for how to reach out to these different communities, how to have these different conversations, what's worked well for us whenever we're explaining different concepts, taking very technical things that people have a lot of questions around and a lot of fears around, to be quite honestly, and then how do we work through those together so that we're all having that same message and we're not contradicting ourselves as we're going out and speaking to the different communities, which is going to be really important for that social license as you're moving your projects forward.
Yeah, and I think for me, if I have to pick, it's kind of three things. And one would be exactly echoing what Megan said, come and talk to us early. And it's for, we can provide the feedback, it's for having those conversations, but also the more we understand about what you're doing early on, we can give you that feedback, we can help you address those concerns, but it also will make the reviews quicker because we understand. We've seen it before. We know what you're trying to do, and that facilitates that process. And it makes everything go so much more smoothly. So I think I echo that. the same thing, you know, that Julie was foot stomping, I will too. Those safety management systems, understanding your risks, really doing those hazard assessments, having your mitigations in place and being able to explain that, being able to work with your contractors and make sure that everybody's on the same page. Should something arise, be it an environmental issue, being it a personnel issue, knowing who's in charge, what's gonna happen, you know, being able to take that immediate action and being able to put that down in writing and explain that to us is gonna be really important. And those are things that you can start working on in advance. And then I'll actually go a little farther than what Hans said earlier when he was talking about kind of the mapping and the data and the sharing. And while, you know, we understand there will be proprietary issues, on the safety side, I would echo the same thing, right? If there are, you know, potential issues that you see, near misses, things that could have happened, and now you've recognized it, you've found a good mitigation for it, you've found a way to prevent that from happening, the more that information can be shared with the industry, that will only benefit the industry as a whole. So it's more that you all, with yourselves, can have that conversation, and you can have that conversation with us. I think those are all things that can be done now, that can be done in advance, and that will advance this industry.
I'd like to foot stomp something a little bit, and that is the early action. When you come in and meet with BOEM, they by definition will tee up conversations with us. I hate to say it, the 404 or the Section 10 permitting, it tends to be those people who oppose what you're trying to do's most used litigation tool to stop you. So to the extent that we begin to work early and work in tandem and to make sure that, you know, environmental assessments, God forbid we have to actually go to an environmental impact statement, those processes are much more streamlined, but we're gonna keep the duplication to a minimum, and they will, the permitting, and we can arrange to have it run in parallel so they're not, you know, so you're not waiting another 2 years after you receive your BOEM permit to get the Corps to issue theirs. We can do it in tandem, and so they come basically simultaneously. And so, but we can't do that if you're not working together early.
That's helpful, Ian. You know, I know the administration's put a huge focus on NEPA and permitting reform, and it's good to hear that that's playing out in this space as well. Maybe just ask the Coast Guard, do you play any role with respect to this upfront, or is it all after someone's received a license and is operating?
Actually, in both of those scenarios. So we are a collaborating agency with NOAA in the international space on the DSHRMA, but we're also a collaborating agency with BOEM and BSEE for the OXLA space. So just different statutory authorities, but, you know, similar operations. So we'll offer some recommendations and some suggestions, perhaps, in where our authorities lie, for instance, in requiring a certain type of classification on a vessel, or some recognized organizations to come do an audit of a safety management system or have a safety management in place. That could be a recommendation that we suggest NOAA or BOEM put into their terms and conditions. So we'll look at that ahead of time when we start to see these processes come through. And then, of course, kind of like Christy said too, during the operating phase, when we start seeing commercial harvesting happening and we're seeing some exploration activity, the Coast Guard certainly has a role there too, whether it's inspecting a ship that you've just built shoreside. Our inspectors are out there doing that before you go out to operate. Or if you're out there, we have inspectors that go out alongside BSEE inspectors to go look in the offshore environment. So we kind of have involvement in all of that.
That's great. Maybe turning to Carrie, I mean, you pointed out all the new things happening under DSHMRA, and then it's a long-standing statute, but certainly it's in a new era. One could say with the executive orders and the activity, the rulemaking happening at the agency. What advice do you give to applicants who want to come in and pursue a license?
So lots of advice. So we do have a pre-application process that is voluntary for exploration licenses and available also for commercial recovery permits. And that's the point in time where the applicant has the ability to really understand what our regulations are, how the regs apply, the process, particularly what the information requirements are and what it is we're looking for. And we go through all the standard things in those pre-application discussions, like be mindful of the Freedom of Information Act, because anything you write to us is going to be disclosed publicly. You know, confidential business information claims, which can, when they're very broad in scope, they can really slow down the process in terms of negotiating, you know, what qualifies as CBI. So we have those kinds of discussions, but there's a couple of other pieces of advice that I'd like to give that go beyond the pre-application, and that is, you know, of the different companies that are out there that want to move forward with deep seabed mining, I hope that you don't see yourselves as competitors. As has been made clear by the panel discussions that preceded us, we're building out an industry here, and all the companies are in this together. Failure of one company reflects across the industry. And there are huge problems that need to be tackled here. I mean, the goal here is not to have a ship full of rocks. It's to get those rocks processed, refined into the supply chain. And in order to do that, we've got to get processing facilities built. And that's a huge challenge for the industry. The bulk carrier, bulk cargo problem in terms of getting a designation for these nodules so that they're internationally recognized and they can be traveled in and out of ports. You know, that's a problem the industry needs to pull together on. All the companies need to pull together on in solving that problem. Not just sit on the sidelines waiting for somebody else to fix it. And then the other piece of advice I would give you, and really this is more of an ask, is for your understanding. So, as I mentioned, we're building, not only we're building out an industry, but here at NOAA and at BOEM in the Critical Minerals Program, Marine Critical Minerals Program, we're building out our programmatic capacity. And it's a very challenging environment for us. And in doing that, we all the time are coming up to questions of first impression. I mean, NOAA hasn't issued an exploration license since 1984. We've never issued a commercial recovery permit. And now we have the new consolidated license and permit process that Eric mentioned. That will be the first time we've ever done this in a consolidated way. There's a lot of benefits to going through that consolidated process, but there's also going to be its own challenges as we move forward with it. So I just ask you for your understanding as we try to work through these issues and help us to the extent that you can.
Thanks, Kerry. Commander Comerford, Kerry mentioned something that I think touches on your spaces about the classification of safe cargo for the nodules. Any comments there?
Where to begin? I'll try and keep it pretty simple. So one thing that's unique on these cargoes is just that we would love to look at land-based ores as representative samples, but the fact is they just don't match up. So when we're looking at cargoes, some of our biggest concerns are the stability aspects that impact the ship. Will it liquefy because, well, it's being pulled out of the ocean? So particle size can have an impact that how your equipment sorts or separates out the grain sizes can have an impact on the cargoes. That's probably one of the biggest concerns when it comes to these nodules is at what point is this going to turn over or shift in a cargo hold? One of the other things that we've seen, and some people in the audience are probably familiar, would be other concerns for safety of the crew, like radon gas emission. That is a thing, and if it's a potential risk, it's simple to mitigate, but we just put in some additional constraints on the vessel to have ventilation and try to mitigate that risk during the voyage. And that's really what we're looking at. We're trying to make sure that basically, we're concerned about the environment, but we're most concerned that your asset, the ship, is protected. Your crew that are working the ship are protected. And when it lands ashore, it can be safely transferred ashore. And that's what the conditions of carriage for these products are geared around. We want to make sure that your product makes it safely ashore to the refineries for the processing. So that's where we're at. If you have, if you are starting your operations or you want to engage us on how that process works, you can start with the question. Just reach out to our division, start throwing out ideas of what your operations might look like or what you're working with, and we can start working with you and build a profile going forward. So same as earlier, early and often.
Great. I mean, I'm hearing themes, you know, I practice in the regulatory space, and a lot of people have said it. Early engagement is so important with the agencies. The agencies are here to partner on this new initiative, right? Even from, you know, we have well-established protocols under OXLA and longstanding, now being applied to critical minerals, but with, you know, newer activity at NOAA, and you're standing up a robust program. Just in our final few minutes here as a panel, I want to just open up if folks have closing thoughts about this process.
I think that the request for patience earlier is one. You know, we're all learning this together. Everyone in this room, everyone on this stage, even agencies that aren't represented on the stage. And so as we get through it the single time, and then a second, and then a third time, things will become more succinct. They'll be easier to follow. We'll have a better understanding of how to communicate just across all the different agencies as we fill our individual responsibilities, and how to just make it better for everyone involved. And so just ask for patience as we're doing that. We have a strong focus to make it as best as possible, as efficient as possible, and that's what we're doing. We're 100%, but it does take a little bit of time.
Yeah, and I think, you know, maybe to give a little reassurance and a little, you know, we heard a lot about regulatory certainty and how that, you know, is really a question and impacting things. But, you know, most of us up here know each other. Most of us up here have worked together. You know, we've been doing this a long time, and we do have frameworks in place. And yes, we're applying it to a new area, but we have frameworks in place. We have agreements in place that we are working on and building off of. We have started these engagements. We have really good partnerships. We are all talking often. So we are really working hard to provide that and get that ready so that as this industry comes in and, you know, has, you know, applications for us, we are ready to review those, and we are ready. And again, it goes back to what Megan just said, be patient with us when that happens, but also, as we've all said over and over again, come in early, because that helps us understand and apply what we do day in and day out to your specific purpose.
I guess I'm going to be a little bit of a deviation on that, and that's because I'm probably the only person on this panel, maybe even in this room, except for maybe Dr. Petty, that has to respond to the White House on a weekly basis. I have to provide an update on about 75 critical minerals, all land-based at this point, permits on the status on those every week. And I know when the president did his executive order on critical minerals, he meant it, and there's mechanisms in place. If we reach a point where we cannot come to, or you feel that you are on the regulatory merry-go-round, where one agency says, well, your problem isn't with us, go see. If soon as you hit that point, I would ask you to elevate, and if the part of that is the 404 permit, I have directed all of my regulatory staff that the moment we hit that point, that they are to elevate it. There are mechanisms to resolve those things within the administration, and I ask you, get them up to the highest levels in the agencies as soon as you can, and if we can't resolve them at the top levels of the agency, the president will make the decision on what we do. But do not hang around and get on that merry-go-round for a year, because that's easily done in the regulatory regime process.
Thanks, Lee. I've been on that merry-go-round before, so I appreciate that. Not in this program, but in others.
Yeah.
So I think that's helpful, and obviously the energy behind this, that this administration is pushing this industry and these programs is important. Other thoughts?
Well, I've been engaged in deep seabed mining for over 15 years, and even though I'm recognized within the agency as a subject matter expert, I am constantly learning new things. And I've looked to the industry to help me learn more about the industry. So forums like this are really instrumental, a great opportunity for me to hear from the industry directly about some of the issues, perspectives, things that I didn't know about. But the more opportunities that you can bring to educate us about the industry, because it is so diverse in terms of the number of different facets of it, between the economic, the financial, the technological, the science issues involved, the political issues, the geopolitical issues. It really, the more that you can help educate us, the more, we can do our jobs better. So, forums like this, more forums, webinars. My compliments to Impossible Metals, which has a webinar about once a month. And it's very, it just gets you thinking about things. So, the more educational opportunities you can provide, the better we're going to be able to do our jobs. Thank you.
Great. Coast Guard?
Yeah, Carrie, I was going to say something super similar. It's just really, this is a really exciting time. I've been really excited to learn about this space, about deep sea mining and critical minerals. So thank you to all of you all in the industry, investors and developers for sharing with us this information so we can learn. It's really exciting stuff. The technology is exciting. The science coming out of it is super exciting. And we have the right technicians engaged, certainly with the Coast Guard and with the other agencies. And interestingly, there's a statistically unlikely amount of chemical engineers in the government, even on this stage right now. There's 3 of us, and there's a couple more over here. So we've got a lot of really interesting technical people involved. We're nerding out on this technology and in this engineering. I love it. I love learning about it. So again, the more you can, send us information, plans, all this stuff, it's amazing. It's awesome. I like doing Lego models. So if anyone has a Lego model of a deep sea mining, like nodule collector or something, like I can add it to my cubicle. It's going to be really cool. It goes along with my submersible and my wind turbine and my deep sea mining facility, or my oil and gas platform I have up there too, sorry. Anyway, I'm excited, I'm so excited. So thanks to you guys for having us and everything, and yeah.
She's not kidding about the Legos.
Yeah.
The one thing I'd share from the broader Coast Guard is that our senior leadership has been very, very focused and determined to work in this innovative work environment. Our 2 offices, Julie's and mine, we work in partnership on some of the most advanced maritime-based operations. If we could figure out how to get a vessel to land a rocket in from space through regulatory frameworks, and I'm not joking, our offices went through the plan review for those recovery vessels, there's probably a way we can make it work. It takes a lot of creativity and innovation, and our offices thrive in that workspace. So if you have an idea, you come to us, and we can kind of work through it. Sometimes it's not the easy path in certain circumstances, but we can find a pathway for you normally.
Great. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Please give a round of applause for our great panelists.
Great. Just to give you a quick run of show, what we're going to do next here, folks, we're going to have lunch now. It's a buffet, so if you go out the doors, you can go to the left or you can go to the right. If you go to the right, it's self-serve. If you go to the left, it is equitably shared. That's a joke. Anyhow, go ahead and move on out and come back in, and we'll get the program back up and running.
is confirmed.
All right, guys, we're about to restart the program. We've got a really great speaker for you for lunch, and I'm thrilled. I know that a lot of the folks that were online probably signed up just to hear this guy speak. So, but we'll have Mike Citrone, who is the founder of AOM and a partner at Summit North, do the introduction for Mike Rowe. But Mike, thanks so much for your support. Thanks for being here.
A room of amazing people who are supporting an industry that we're excited to be a part of. AOM is a new platform company that is a compilation of amazing talent, a great team, and an ambitious business plan to make a difference in the industry and to support the growth of everything that we're here talking about today. Mike Rowe is a co-founder of AOM and the least experienced but most famous on the team. So we're going to pass it off to him to speak now. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. Is it still morning? No, good afternoon. Lovely to be here. Thank you for having me. Thanks, Mike. It's true, least experienced for sure. I don't know about the most famous, but assuming that some of you know me, it's probably from a TV show called Dirty Jobs. Are we familiar, more or less? Good. Anybody not familiar with it before we jump in? It'll help me temper. It's okay if you're not. Just a quick, everybody's seen Dirty Jobs? No. You. Him. What's your name? Jamie, get out. No, it's okay, Jamie. Stay. Well, not to belabor it, but I certainly wouldn't be here without that show. Dirty Jobs, Jamie. In the history of television, there's never been a simpler show, with the possible exception of The Gong Show, I suppose. Dirty Jobs began as an accident and has been on the air every week for the last 23 years on the Discovery Channel. Hi, Mark Gordon. How are you, bud? Good. I don't know that it'll ever go away. It's a simple celebration of work. And it happened because of my granddad, a guy that some of you may know, not by name. His name was Carl Noble. And he was an electrician by trade. He only went to the 7th grade, but by the time he was 30, he had his own electrical contracting company. He was a welder, he was a steam fitter, he was a pipe fitter, he was a mechanic, built the house I was born in without a blueprint just up the road in Baltimore. And he had the chip, you know, the thing that allowed you to take an engine apart or take your watch apart and put it back together blindfolded. He just knew how things worked. And he lived across the lawn. We had a little farm in Baltimore County. And I grew up watching my pop perform a series of daily miracles. He and my dad would wake up clean and go out into the world to solve some problem and come home dirty. And the problem was always solved, and the world was always a better place. And I was determined to follow in his footsteps, Jamie. You know what I mean? You live in the shadow of that, and it's so clear your whole path is laid out in front of you. And I learned when I was 15 or 16 working as his apprentice that just because you love something doesn't mean you can't suck at it. And the handy gene, tragically, is recessive. And so it was my pop who told me that, look, you can be a tradesman, Mike, if you really want that, but just get yourself a different toolbox. And so I did. I went to a community college and I learned to sing, and I started narrating shows, and then I started impersonating a host, and then I faked my way into the Baltimore Opera, and then I wound up selling things in the middle of the night on the QVC cable shopping channel. And then I had 200 jobs in the entertainment industry for the next 20 years and did okay. Was having a pretty good time. And then I was 42, and then I was working for CBS, hosting a show called Evening Magazine in San Francisco, and I got a call from my mother. Some of you know my mother, not by name. Her name's Peggy Rowe. Her birthday is tomorrow. She's a writer. She wrote her first bestseller when she was 80, and she's written 4 more since then. She's an absolute inspiration, but back in 2001, she was just a pain in my neck, and she called me at CBS. I'm sitting there in my little cubicle, and she says, Michael, your grandfather will be 90 years old this Friday, and I've got the perfect gift for him that you can give him. And I said, okay. And remember, my pop is my North Star, and he spent all those years watching me do all these crazy jobs that he couldn't relate to at all. But it was in that moment my mom said, look, if you really want to delight him for his 90th birthday, why don't you do something on television that he could see before he dies that looks like work? Anyway, Jamie, that's what happened. I took my cameraman into the sewers of San Francisco the next day to profile a sewage worker. And what happened down there was, well, it's the subject of a 300-page book I wrote a couple years ago that really talked about the serendipity of life and work. That little show, that segment on that local news program turned into Dirty Jobs. Dirty Jobs went into production for 12 years, took me to 4 continents in every state, half a dozen times. In my role as an apprentice, I essentially profiled 350 different workers in hundreds of different industries. And the Discovery Channel put all of that on the air. It launched 39 additional shows. It changed the topography, for better and worse, of cable television. It gave me a career, but it also gave me a certain amount of permission to weigh in on some things that were of interest. The show, just so you understand, and by the way, I should say, Michael, thank you for... You invited the Dirty Jobs guy to talk during a meal. This very rarely happens, so I can't really share any of the stories I normally would, but I will tell you that at the end of season 1, to my mother's delight and my grandfather's endless pride, I was on the cover of TV Guide magazine in a septic tank covered with unspeakable filth. And the headline said, Discovery Channel's Mike Rowe brings you feces from every species. And that's what season 1 was. It was just a rumination on sewers and septic tanks and all the difficult, dangerous things that people have to do to make civilized life possible for the rest of us. But that little mandate right there became the thesis of the show. And while we had endless misadventures in animal husbandry and did a great many spectacular things that helped drive the ratings, the reason the show is still on the air is because fundamentally it is a love letter to work. And it's a love letter to essential labor that by and large takes place out of sight and out of mind, which of course is what attracted me to this extraordinary industry in the first place. The best thing that came out of Dirty Jobs happened in 2009 when our country was slipping into a recession. This is the other reason I'm here today and the thing I'd like to talk about for just a few minutes. The headlines in those days, you'll recall, were all focused on unemployment numbers. The further we slipped into the recession, the more these headlines just took over. 6.5%, 7%, 7.5%, 8%, 9%. Got up to 12%, I believe. There were 11 million people out of work. Dirty Jobs, meanwhile, was the number 1 show on cable. And the craziest thing, I was living on the road then, and every morning I would wake up in some hotel, see these headlines, and yet everywhere I went on that show to film, we saw help wanted signs. And it was an extraordinary thing to see when you realize that the media is telling the story they're telling. It's a story of unemployment. But there's this other story in our country. There's this other narrative. And in 2009, it had to do with the fact that there were 2.3 million open positions in our country that couldn't be filled. Many of them were six-figure jobs. They didn't require a four-year degree. They required training, right? And so after hanging out at length with many, many dirty jobbers, many of whom were small business owners, and asking them, you know, what's the great challenge for you? What's the biggest impediment to growth? The answer was always the same. Finding skilled people with the right attitude who would show up early, stay late, enthusiastically grab onto the thing and lift, right? It was a work ethic crisis. It wasn't just a skills gap in their mind. It was a will gap. And so it seemed clear that there was an opportunity to make a more persuasive case for, at the time, 2.3 million good jobs that nobody wanted. So I decided to use the success of Dirty Jobs and the platform I had and the toehold that I'd gotten in popular culture to talk about these jobs on behalf of these industries. Selfishly speaking, it was also a great way to promote my show, but it was also a message that people needed to hear. So I called Ford, and I called Caterpillar, and I made deals with them. And they paid me to sell their heavy equipment and their cars and trucks, but they also supported my foundation. And I got a new level of permission to talk about this thing called a skills gap. And then, the most extraordinary thing, the fans of Dirty Jobs caught a hold of this idea, which I called MicroWorks, and they built an online trade resource center with thousands of links to these jobs by zip code. And what it really did was it proved beyond any doubt that these opportunities were real and they existed, because back in those days, there was a narrative that existed that said the opportunities are dead. And there was a belief in our country that said, look, if we can create more opportunities, the unemployment number will come down. But of course, that's not the way it really works. And those 2.3 million open jobs turned into 3 million, and then 3.5. And today it's 7.6 million open jobs, most of which don't require this four-year degree. But I don't want to get ahead of myself. The point is they built a trade resource center that proved these opportunities were real, and that got the attention of Congress. And I was invited to this town a couple of times to testify in front of a couple of different committees about my belief that what our country really needed to help close that skills gap was a more robust and more persuasive case for the jobs that existed. That meant better PR. That meant, Dirty Jobs was great because it worked as a portal. It gave people a look into these careers. But we needed something at a higher level. You know, we needed something that really connected the dots. And nobody in Congress disagreed. Everybody on both sides of the aisle nodded their heads, and they all reached out to talk about how we could do this, how we could embark on some kind of awareness campaign that would move the needle. It never really happened in this town, but it happened with a lot of other companies. And so MicroWorks continued to grow. Our Trade Resource Center grew. And then it occurred to me that we ought to be offering scholarships. Scholarships are good, and if they're trade school scholarships, maybe I would have an opportunity to circle back with some of the people we assisted and engage them into helping tell this story. We gave away $500,000 our first year, $1 million the second, and never went backwards. This year, we awarded $5.5 million in what we call work ethic scholarships. These are not for four-year schools. Electricians, plumbers, steam fitters, pipe fitters, welders. My granddad, basically, if I'm being honest, looking back as my mother said, what was dirty jobs but your attempt to reconnect with the very vocations that you didn't get the skill to do but nevertheless loved and honor your pop in the process. Thank you, Mom. This is awesome. And so today, the MicroWorks Foundation is, I believe, the largest trade school scholarship program in the country. If we're not the largest, we're certainly the noisiest. I've come back to DC a couple of times. This administration, and by the way, we try very hard to argue from the middle and stay in the middle. When we launched MicroWorks, I wrote an open letter to President Obama in 2009, who had just been elected. And I said, look, man, I'm pulling for you. These 3 million shovel-ready jobs that I'm reading about. You remember the 3 million shovel-ready jobs. There's headlines everywhere. I said, look, I think you're going to have a better time filling those jobs if we acknowledge that you're talking by and large to a country that's not terribly enthused about picking up a shovel. Before you sell the shovel ready, you have to sell the dignity and the meaning and the importance of the work. And that's what my foundation aims to do. I made a similar offer to everybody who's been in the office since then. And this year, the Department of War called me back, and we've had a couple of extraordinary meetings with ASW Mike Kodnazi. We've talked to Steve Feinberg about our little adventure here at AOM. I've talked to the secretary. Half the cabinet is looking at this now, and they see it. They see where we are at this moment in time. They see 7.6 million open jobs, most of which don't require a four-year degree. They see good grief, what is now? It's $1.9 trillion in outstanding student loans, held primarily by kids who either didn't finish at school or got a major that they're not working in. And yet we're still lending vast sums of money we don't have to a whole generation of kids who are never going to be able to pay it back to train them for these jobs that don't exist anymore. Meanwhile, here we are. We got nearly 7 million able-bodied men, not only not working, but not looking for work. That's never happened, by the way, in peacetime anyway. And that's happening in our country right now. So there are a lot of things that have made workforce, I believe, the issue of our time. And I'll tell you too, not a week goes by in MicroWorks now where I don't hear from the leader of some industry who is hitting the panic button. The guys at Blue Forge Alliance, some of you may know, they oversee the maritime industrial base, shipbuilding. 16,000 individual companies who are collectively charged with delivering 3 nuclear-powered submarines, Jamie, every year to the U.S. Navy, right? 2 Columbia-class, 1 Virginia, I believe. This is the tip of the spear. Our submarines now are more important than they've ever been. God bless the aircraft carriers, but if things go hypersonic or sideways with Taiwan, they're exposed in ways they haven't been before. The subs matter. These guys call me to say, we're having a hell of a time finding tradespeople. Can you help us? I said, I don't know. How many do you need? 400,000. The American submarine industrial base over the next 7 years needs to hire 400,000 electricians, welders, pipe fitters, CNC operators. They said, Mike, we looked everywhere. Where are they? Do you know? I said, yeah, man, I know where they are. They're in the 8th grade. You got to talk to them now, and you have to make a case now, and you have to make it everywhere. Jim Farley at Ford called, same question. He's got 5,000 empty bays right now. These are 6-figure technician jobs. You can't fill them. He's competing in the same pool as the submarine guys. Energy? I don't even know if they're counting them anymore. Larry Fink at BlackRock, God help me, told me that the need for electricians in his portfolio alone, now he's running, what, $12.5 trillion, they need 500,000 electricians. Jensen Huang in Davos not 2 days ago made the same point to that crowd. And people are stunned when they hear these numbers. The data centers alone are being described as the greatest infrastructure build-out in the history of the species. And we don't have the workforce we need. We simply don't have it. My last letter went out to the current president, who I met at an energy conference in Pennsylvania, in Pittsburgh, back in July. And it was eerily rhymed with my note to President Obama. I'm rooting for you. You want to reshore? You want to reinvigorate the trades vis-a-vis manufacturing? Yes, yes, yes. You're going to create 2 million new jobs in manufacturing if you do this successfully? Yes. Great. What about the 482,000 open positions in manufacturing right now? What are we going to do about that? You know, I'm a bit of a buzzkill in the room, but the question has to be asked because, frankly, it's the same question that brought me here today. And it's the reason my friends at AOM reached out to me initially. This industry, those little rocks at the bottom of the ocean, we're looking at 100,000 new jobs in this industry to fulfill that need. Where are we going to get those workers? That's what I'm primarily focused on doing, talking about, and helping. But full disclosure, the more we kicked the tires and the more we looked at the industry, the more excited I became about just wanting to be a part of something consequential, you know? I mean, really consequential. It reminded me so much of the early days of Dirty Jobs when I had a chance to show the country, look what's going on at the top of this bridge you'll never visit yourself. Look what these guys are doing down in the sewer. Look what's happening here and there, and that's what all this is. Out of sight, out of mind. How about the middle of the ocean, Mark? I mean, how about the vast Pacific Ocean? How about 25,000 feet down? That's where the action is. It's exciting. It's impossible not to think, for me anyway, it was 1859. Colonel Edwin Drake, who wasn't really a colonel, but a hell of a promoter, dug down 69.5 feet in Titusville and hit oil. What did they know the next day, before Seneca was formed, before Rockefeller came along, before Standard Oil became Standard Oil, before Exxon and Mobil and ConocoPhillips and down the list, before offshore rigs were even imagined? What were they thinking the next day when they got the stuff out of the ground, legitimately, that we had been relying on whales for? They probably didn't think, holy crap, we just saved the whales, but they did. Suddenly, lamp oil didn't need to be pulled out of sperm whales, which had been nearly hunted to extinction. Suddenly, there was another way, rock oil, and all the mysteries that surrounded it. It's so familiar. When I look at where we are right now, I feel like we're a few months after we made the most transformational discovery in the history of the world. Energy independence, we hear it every day now. We just kind of take it for granted. Yes, it matters. Yes, it's important. Yes, we can have it. Yes, it requires political will, capital, sacrifice, and so forth. But we're going to have it. We have to have it. We're going to have them. We have to have them. And the opportunity for me, personally, to be a part of this is huge, because I think it was Carrie who was talking earlier, who made such a great point. There's an education component to all of this. And I'm preaching to the choir here. I know everybody in the room understands the fundamentals of this. But you talk about polymetallic nodules to your seatmate on the flight back, and they're going to look at you like a cow looking at a new gate. You know, they're like, what? What? It's like, yeah, some are softball size, some are billiard balls, some are golf balls, some are potato shaped. They're at the bottom of the ocean. They're packed with cobalt and nickel and copper and manganese, and some have rare earths and some don't, and some are in the CCZ, and others are out here in the Cook Islands, and there's going to be contracts, and there's going to be permits, and there's going to be regulations, and there's a lot of stuff to sort out. But we're going to get them. We have to have them in the same way that we knew we were going to get the oil in 1859. We didn't quite know exactly when, and we weren't 100% sure of precisely how. Maybe it's robots picking them up one at a time. Maybe it's a vacuum that sucks them off the bottom. Maybe it's a riser method. Maybe there's a lot we don't know yet, but we are on the fast track of finding out. And that's why this meeting matters, and the many other meetings like it that are going to happen. I was flicking around last night in my hotel room, and The Matrix was on, which I just love. I got to it at the point at the end when Agent Smith has Neo in a chokehold, and he's down on the subway tracks, and the train's coming. And Agent Smith says, "Do you hear that, Mr. Anderson? That's the sound of inevitability." And I was like, wow. This is the sound of inevitability. There's a bunch of stuff we don't quite know yet, but we're about to figure it out. And when we do, and as we do, I am as excited as I've ever been in my life to share all of the story with everyone in the country who shares my addiction to copper, cobalt, manganese, nickel, and rare earths. That's really the opportunity to tell this story, to make sure. Did you say peace or 2 minutes? You want to wrap this up? I can land the plane as fast as you want. Watch this. There's going to be an epic battle of persuasion, and the stakes are going to be extraordinarily high. And our ability to tell this story honestly and transparently in all media is going to be essential. We have to do it. Are you waving or do you have a question? I know you're in charge of this whole thing, so whatever you want to do, I'll do. Well, you're all extraordinarily welcome. It's truly the tip of the spear. We're going to look back at this soon and say, yeah, I was in the room. You're going to see this story told on television, I promise. I'm going to do everything I can to make it happen. You'll hear all the key people interviewed on my podcast, which, thank God, people are still listening to. That's my role in this. That's my privilege. I'm so glad to be here. Thank you for the invite, Mike. Seriously, I appreciate it. And if there's any food left, I'm going to go get some. Adios.
Tip of the spear, it's hard to go after that. But we're going to resume the programming for the afternoon. Our next panel is a panel I thought that was very important in terms of the challenges that this industry faces. And I thought for the folks, the regulators that are with us, hearing directly from investors was very important. We do different events, we do different meetings with various folks, and we hear from people, like, people tell us what investors think, but they've rarely actually heard from real investors and what they're looking at. And so we thought that this panel with the investors would be very helpful in sharing that perspective. We had a couple groups from the government who had some challenges getting out of driveways and whatnot, and so we missed a couple people. And for that, I apologize, didn't mean to misguide you on that or mislead you that we would have some of these speakers, but what we will do for all of you that trudged out here that are here so that you get that content, we've asked the speakers that couldn't be here to commit to doing virtual events for us So that part of the content we will pick up later, and we will share it with you. And we think it could be very valuable. But what we'll have is from the private sector, and then also our moderator, Logan Dopp, has quite a bit of experience with the Department of War and the creation of the Office of Strategic Capital. But because DFC, XM, and Department of War aren't here, I'm just going to say they absolutely love this industry and they want to spend a whole lot of money on it. So we're very excited about that. I'm glad they've committed to it. Nobody's going to get, but they do have new authorities. XM reauthorized DFC with new flexibility in what they can spend on, and some of the new activities at Department of War fit this industry to a T. When you look at what we need in terms of operations, when you look at what we need in terms of processing, when you look at what we need in terms of shipbuilding and ship modification, those programs that exist within our government right now are tailor-made for what we need. And so we're very excited to extend that conversation, and we'll follow that up with those gentlemen and ladies when we can reschedule that in a couple weeks. But I'll go ahead and turn it over to our panel. Logan Dopp.
Yeah. Well, thanks so much for having us, and what a wonderful lunch program. Thanks, Mike Rowe, for all those comments. I'm Logan Dopp. I'm moderating the panel. Crosslink Strategies is a global advisory firm. We specialize mostly in the geopolitical aspects of critical minerals, so diligencing, sourcing, and the underlying supply chains. But prior to Crosslink, I was a consultant to the Office of Strategic Capital at the Pentagon, where I worked on the investment strategy, looking specifically at the covered technology categories that have the most areas of strategic competition between the US and China. And most of the technologies that we looked at, from semiconductors to electric vehicles, batteries, aerospace, it all starts with critical minerals. You have to have those, and the bottlenecks in the supply chains end up being the minerals. So the purpose of the Office of Strategic Capital was to crowd in private capital. And critical minerals was a key piece of that. One of the first products we produced was the $150 million loan to MP Materials to crowd in the private sector. So very excited to have our panelists here to talk about the investment environment. So we're joined by Sahil Abbey, who is the co-founder and chief commercial officer of Whetstone, where he focuses on investing in, exploring, and developing offshore mineral projects and the technologies that are needed to bring them online. He has experience in scaling new technologies and trading emerging commodity markets in alignment with policy needs. His work supports the responsible advancement of critical minerals and materials essential to the energy transition and industrial reliance that we have in the defense industrial base and broader economy. We also have Stephanie Grumet. She is a strategic advisor to a deep sea mining company, working on capital raising for that entity that has Cook Island leases. She is formerly a senior policy advisor at the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards. She brings deep experience designing and interpreting environmental regulation. She has over 25 years advising investors on regulatory due diligence and policy risk at the intersection of environmental rules and capital markets. So thank you both for being with us. And I guess just to kick it off, as investors and capital raisers currently, how are we seeing the private capital markets' interest in critical minerals in general, but then more specifically these first-of-a-kind deep-sea projects?
Should I kick it off?
Sure.
All right, well, thank you for having me. I think I'm a stand-in for a stand-in because the snow may get in here, so I really do appreciate the invite from American Council of Capital Formation. And what an important time to kind of get the mind share together to figure out how we're gonna drive even more private funding toward solving the problem of gathering critical minerals and redeveloping supply chains in the US. I'm with Mineral, I'm a strategic advisor, partner, and investor in mineral harvesting capital. So I'm excited about the space as well, have my own skin in the game. And I should say that our founder, Robbie Diamond, wanted me to also, he's out of the country, but wanted me to extend a warm hello. I think probably 80% of the people here know Robbie. So big hello from Robbie. But Mineral Harvesting Capital is one of the outside investors in the Cook Island Consortium. I think I counted maybe half a dozen references to the Cook Islands. They're a very amenable place to be looking for polymetallic nodules because of their clear regulatory pathways. I think other folks have talked about the fact that they have exploration and trial harvesting leases in their exclusive economic zone, so they have the authority to develop these regulatory pathways and have done so. And we're also, in addition to that opportunity, we're looking at other investments also in the CCZ, but we are partial to the Cook Islands because of some of the regulatory certainty that they provide. I should just say from the outset, we loved that the U.S. government went to the Cook Islands. There's a lot of ways to show up, and obviously policies and funding is amazing, but showing up is also amazing. So coming with the ships and folks coming to celebrate the 60th anniversary, really meaningful to the Cook Islands and signifying that the United States wants to be a partner there. Let me stop. There's more to say, but let me sure. Share. Let's hear your thoughts, and we can, circulate here.
I guess by way of context on Whetstone, investment company, exploration company, development company, looking at this sector. We started off in a very similar boat to Minerals Harvesting Capital of looking at investing in individual projects, and pretty quickly what we found was that there wasn't enough muscle for what most of the money was being spent on in the sector. Of most of the investment money at the moment goes towards exploration. And so we said, okay, how is exploration being done? And what we found was that exploration was largely a cottage industry. It was really expensive. It relied on sort of old school scientifically driven techniques rather than the techniques that had been developed and scaled for industries like offshore oil and gas and like offshore wind. What we did then was we bought the sort of leading deep sea mineral exploration company in the market that had done all of the deep sea mineral exploration for Lockheed Martin and Temasek and Allseas. Basically, anytime a real Fortune 100 company came into the space over the last 15 years, they went to the same company. So we bought that exploration muscle because we basically said, look, if this is what most of the money is going to be spent on, we want to be in that game as well. And then once we started to do that exploration, we quickly found that being good at exploration wasn't enough. The sector had not found a way to sort of develop the end-to-end value chain. And a lot of the conversations that we've had here have sort of hand-waved over this thing of, we're going to do our exploration, we're going to get our permit, and then what, right? Being able to pull together every other step of the value chain became the thing that we realized would be putting our capital at the most risk. And so we started to assemble sort of a project delivery and development muscle, very similar to what you'd see in any other offshore industry, to be able to pull those projects online, thinking not just through exploration, but through extraction and logistics and refining and trading. At this point, Whetstone is about 30 people and sort of scaling rapidly because we're thinking about taking this end-to-end approach to not only invest in projects through across a bunch of jurisdictions, but then taking those projects through that exploration phase and into production. And then I think on the point of where capital markets are on this, people are obviously really excited on this. You guys can see the public market comps. I think the difficult thing for this industry has been getting high-quality institutional capital in. This industry has relied on public markets and on family office capital and smaller raises to get to where it is today. And the scale of capital that's needed for the next phase of this is massive. And it's really only going to come from large institutions, either in the US or abroad. And so that's really where we've been focused in the market, is how do you get private institutional capital to flow into a sector that until now has been, we'll say, too far out the risk curve for things like this. Now that mining is in the center of sort of people's attention span, it pulls that naturally more in. I think the question for the marginal institutional investor, though, is still, why would I invest in this as opposed to the marginal landmine that even if the ore isn't quite as good or the economics aren't quite as great, I know that it works. And so I think that's the question that I want to sort of poke at today.
Yeah, those are great points. And speaking of the Cook Islands and the jurisdictions that you mentioned, how do you think about raising capital when you have multiple jurisdictions involved? How do you think about underwriting that geopolitical risk? Because the regulatory framework, having longevity is one element of it, but you're dealing with now multiple jurisdictions. You have to think about that. So how do you think about underwriting that kind of risk?
I mean, my background is as a commodities trader. And one of the big things they drill into your head is basically hedge everything you can and then diversify everything that you can't hedge. And so when we look at regulatory risk, we take that perspective. We're working in about a half dozen jurisdictions at the moment, thinking about basically how do you approach project development in an industry that's still forming its regulatory norms. I think one of the issues that this industry has is it's not just about regulatory certainty, it's about regulatory durability. We can get to a really clear idea of what we want the permitting pathway to be today, but what that is 3 years from now is potentially a different question, and that's something that should be top of mind for all investors here. That said, I think in this industry, there's going to be, over the long arc, more and more international standards set on regulatory things. And so basically what you're trying to do is weather short-term regulatory volatility, but you're betting on the fact that like in the long term, there are going to be international standards here that are going to be set rather than by the ISA that are going to be set by folks like NOAA and BOEM. And that's the bet that we're making. And so we're basically comfortable to underwrite a lot of short-term local regulatory risk if we're going to say that over the long term, NOAA's way to do an EIS or BOEM's process is going to win out internationally.
So, yeah, I mean, obviously it's sophisticated investor, but you know, Stephanie, an active capital raise. Currently, is this how LPs are thinking about this? Is this what they're asking?
We are getting a lot of questions on this, and I was smiling when you brought up the private wealth offices. I mean, because they're very nimble with their ability to finance, I think we've had a lot of traction there. But their concerns around regulatory risk aren't singular, right? They're worried about the durability over time, and I think, you know, I did a lot of work in the power sector, so regulatory ping pong there is something that we need to like try to avoid if we can, because that can be a wet blanket for capital formation. But I think some of these private wealth offices are also worried about reputational risk. It's a very new industry. You had a term when we were speaking before the panel, it's a cold start. It does, it feels like a cold start here in polymetallic nodule harvesting. This is brand new, and it's sometimes tough to get private capital to move on that. A lot of them were like, we love you. Can you call us when you're in Series C funding? We love you. Can you brief me in 6 months, in 6 years? So those are you know, on the front lines of trying to raise capital. Those are the things we're hearing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think on these kinds of first-of-a-kind projects, obviously DFC, EXIM, Office of Strategic Capital, we're trying to use federal loan programs where you can have very patient capital. You know, the terms can be more advantageous to businesses to crowd in. But you know, how do we think about what type of financial product is going to be needed for this kind of a new industry? I mean, is it just the equity from family offices or individuals that can be nimble, or are there also blended types of capital that we're seeking that would be advantageous for this?
Well, I agree that we need a lot more institutional investor funding here to give this whole thing a go and to be dominant in this space as the United States of America. And I think this administration has put forth a lot of really interesting portfolio of policies. And you know, codifying those policies, I think, helps calm investor nerves to the extent and as well as there's rumblings across Congress for other types of policies that would be really supportive. I mean, polymetallic nodules are new and they're not really like anything else. There's not a comp in terrestrial mining that's equivalent to a polymetallic nodule. So incentives for first movers, really helpful. There's a lot of talk around floor prices for certain minerals given market manipulation. I think that's helpful for investors to be able to pencil out. There's talk of stockpiling that helps with market stability and that sense that you can, you know, have some confidence in offtake agreements. All these things I think are already being discussed and I believe in a bipartisan fashion. So it's been a great catalyst that the administration, what they've done, and I think there's more that would be helpful. I don't want to be greedy though, because I've done so much, but there's more that would be helpful to, you know, to make our job easier, getting in the door of folks and getting folks comfortable making investments in, you know, new companies. It's a ripening space. People do want to invest in it. They're just a little scared.
Yeah, I think the thing that pushes the traditional mining project finance model out the window here is just that all of the assets related to deep sea mining float. The way you invest in a project when your hard assets are $1 billion hole in Central Africa and then $1 billion railroad to the port and then $1 billion port on the coast of Africa is very different to how you invest in assets where look, it's $1 billion, but it's a boat. And if things start going sideways, you float that boat away. The assets that you use for exploration, for development, for production, they're all flexible in a way that onshore mining assets just aren't. What that also, though, means is that like the traditional way that you would underwrite a terrestrial mine just doesn't work here. In terrestrial mining, once you dig a hole, you produce from that hole at basically a constant rate, day in and day out, no matter what the market price is. You don't turn the thing off basically under any circumstances, because once you've turned a mine off, turning it back on costs you probably half of what it costs to build the mine in the first place. And so mines that are put into care and maintenance never actually make their way out of it. With offshore oil and gas, or with offshore production more broadly, you have this much more flexible production problem, right? If the price for cobalt goes down, what you do in the Cook Islands isn't produce sub-economic cobalt, it's send the boat home, right? You stop mining and you stop producing into like negative market conditions. This is really great as a structural economic phenomenon for offshore production in general, but what it does make it is really, really hard for people who grew up underwriting terrestrial mining projects to even wrap their head around the problem. Much more of what you want to do is take the financing mechanisms that are used in offshore oil and gas, be able to do resource-backed lending, or be able to do more flexible financing of offshore assets. That said, like, this space hasn't had the benefit of the doubt to get to that level of financial sophistication yet, just because nobody's proven it works with equity dollars yet, and we're probably a far cry away from making it work with standard debt, standard project finance, and even later on, sort of resource-based financing. I think the question for us is, if you can accumulate a large enough portfolio, if you can go to DFC and OSC and say, look, when you are financing these heavy assets, they are helping deliver multiple projects across multiple jurisdictions and multiple minerals. Here's how we think this moves not a project, but an industry. That creates the incentive for DOE or DFC or OSC to go a little bit farther out of their skis and say, like, yeah, you know, at a project level, maybe it's a little bit riskier than we want, but at a portfolio level, it starts to look like something we can invest in. And I think that's one of the big distinctions this space hasn't gotten to yet.
Yeah, absolutely. You've mentioned some of the differences between, obviously, offshore and terrestrial, but given the experience you've had looking at the project scope of it from exploration all the way through to, you know, the eventual finishes, where is the lion's share of the CapEx required, or what's the real bottleneck on the financing side?
Everybody is really obsessed with refining these days, so I'm going to say refining, because it's sort of the topic that everybody wants to talk about. Mm-hmm. We think a lot about having a glide path to production that makes sense. I think this space is victim to a lot of startups that have raised $5 million coming to me and asking about, or telling me about how they're going to spend $2 billion on a brand new boat and a brand new refinery and all of these other things. We're really, really interested in what are sort of the CapEx light solutions that you can do with brownfield assets that are out there, right? How can you retrofit drill ships that are sitting out there and underused? How can you retrofit HPAL plants that were turned off because of market manipulation of the nickel price? How can you turn back on a bunch of these assets that like were economic in some previous paradigm and like could be economic again with deep sea mining? For us, everything that we are doing to some extent optimizes for like, what is the minimal CapEx you can go put into a refining facility to turn it back on? And you know what? If I get 60% yield on my cobalt instead of the 95% that I would be targeting, that's fine, because my grades are 5 times as high as they are on land. And so for us, the highest CapEx part of the value chain should be refining. But like, given that nobody's built a net new cobalt refinery in America in 50 years, we're probably going to really focus on bringing online old HPAL plants that can handle these types of materials, working with underutilized recycling facilities that are focused on black mass-like materials and things like that. Because the truth is, like, crowding billions of dollars into a new refinery for a new type of resource is just really hard, no matter how big your balance sheet is.
Right, I really agree. I mean, I think getting small, like how do we prove the system? How do we get a trial harvest with the least amount of CapEx, smaller ship, smaller load, but get it to deep sea port, get it to processing, and actually like prove the system all the way to processing and distribution and the whole value chain. How do you do that as cheaply as possible before you worry about scaling up? And so I think it's a sequence thing that we're like, I know that we've been rethinking, how do we do that? Smaller, faster. I also think because there are geopolitical, imperatives for moving faster, I think this is an administration that's really embraced this. So time is of, I think our sense is time is of the essence to get these minerals from the bottom of the ocean, through processing as fast as we can. So thinking through that is one of our priorities.
There's also, as a small thing here, right, there's a big value to having major industrial partners step in here because you can hide these really large CapEx heavy assets on their balance sheet, because what those companies do is own those really large assets. There's plenty of companies sitting in Houston whose full-time job is design, engineer, build, own, operate really complicated ships to do really complicated offshore projects. And so if that several $100 million of CapEx doesn't live on my balance sheet or my project's balance sheet, and instead lives on my partner's balance sheet, it makes it a lot more defensible. And so when we have these conversations about like crowding in money, I want to make it clear that it's not just about crowding in investment funds. It's about crowding in industrial capital and crowding in industrial know-how.
Yeah, absolutely. And a big part of the reason that America hasn't built net new refineries, in 50 years is because of the economic viability, both in terms of the human capital and the technology. So obviously the regulatory framework has made this more of an investable space given the stability, but what technological changes have we seen that make this economically viable? Why now sort of question?
Well, I think the why now, I think there are a lot of new technologies also for gathering off the seabed floor that use robotics and technologies that weren't like even possible 10 years ago, and technologies that you have classic traditional like dredging technologies that can be used. Then you've also got robotic arms, and of course we're thinking through how to have an approach that's environmentally sustainable. We think that's really important. Setting a really high bar on environmental stewardship, I think, just helps ensure, regulatory durability. Like, let's get it right the first time. I think there's enough, as a former regulator, enough work we've done as a world community, looking back at how we could better control pollutant or other dislocations, like getting it right the first time. Increasing, I think someone brought up the social construct, making sure that the communities are really comfortable with what we're doing, making sure it's done with as little damage as possible to the ecosystem is going to be really important. So there's technologies there. I think there's new technologies on the processing side of things as well, particularly for polymetallics, where you're like cleaving metals off metals, and it gets even more complicated the more similar in the chemical composition the metals become. So I think we're in like kind of the age of a revolution on technology, and I think that wave is going to carry us to shore in this industry.
I think from our perspective, when we look at the technology angle of this, and it's interesting because I spend a lot of my time explaining to technology investors why this space is backable by venture capital, right? Some of our investors are the largest VC funds in the country and other really large asset managers who between them have hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars of assets to invest in sectors like these where they don't expect to see a return in 5 years. They expect you to take 10 or 15 years to build a big, durable, world-changing business like a SpaceX and say, sort of, come back to me when you've 1,000x'd my money, basically. And what you need to do to convince venture investors that this is venture backable is not just say, here's how you make 1,000x your money, it's here's how technology enables that. And when we look at the technology story here, there's a handful of sort of overlaid things, and it's annoying because like everything in this space, it's not a simple and elegant answer. There's one set of technologies that are enabling this, which is over the last 10 years, the cost of offshore autonomy has fallen by an order of magnitude, right? Similar to what Starlink did for the cost of space launch. You could suddenly get satellites into space for a fraction of the cost, and so you put more things in space, and so you understood, how to do satellite communications better. The same thing happened with offshore autonomy over the last decade because we spent hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars, getting really good at designing and building small offshore autonomous systems, primarily for defense tech uses. It turns out that if you get really good at designing persistent offshore sensors and things that can hang out at the bottom of the ocean for long periods of time collecting data, you can also use that for offshore mining. And so a lot of our technology partners have come from the defense technology ecosystem, folks like Saronic and Anduril that have built systems that are really, really good at doing things in hard ocean conditions without any people involved. The second big thing is the long arc of what's happened with offshore oil and gas for the last 50 years. We've gotten way, way better at doing things in the deep ocean. I think people like to talk about the technical complexity of this sector, but if you compare this to what is done every single day in ultra deep water oil and gas fields, it kind of pales in comparison. Offshore oil and gas goes to the same depth and pumps up pressurized, flammable liquid. We go to that depth and pick up inert rocks and we complain about the technical difficulty. It's just a very different thing. And I think bucket 3, which is a bit of a sadder thing, but is like the truth of where we are at the moment, right? Is that the sort of decline in spend on climate tech and on offshore wind is also, very frankly, like a really big enabling technology moment for this industry. Half of our permitting and sustainability team came out of offshore wind and the climate tech ecosystem. And we think that's really important because all of those technologies that were designed for very specific use cases can now find a home in this one. And so it's not that anybody's like designed a better picker, right? I don't think that's what was blocking the space from going, but I think there's like a handful of macro technology changes from defense tech, from climate tech, and from oil and gas that have all really enabled this to happen now, and frankly, just in time too.
Yeah, given the geopolitical nature, definitely very much just in time. You know, another way you look at having venture capital buy into the space for 1,000x their money is being able to show those clear financial modelings on return. So with a terrestrial mine, obviously you have very well understood financial models for I dig a hole, I produce a product. And then barring spot price fluctuations, you essentially know what the trading rate is going to be for that material. Given that the boats move and you have the ability to get higher grade products and not need to mothball things where it never would come back online, is that being seen as a de-risking element where these offshore assets are similar financial models given what we can, you know, trade these commodities at, but a little bit less risky?
That's the cold start part of this. If there were a portfolio of 10 operating mines that you could invest in, you'd invest in that all day over Anglo American or Rio Tinto or any other major miner because they're more flexible, because they're lower cost, because they're higher grade. One project on its own is a hard sell. And so there's this problem where you have to, in parallel, coordinate a bunch of projects coming online to make the thing investable. That's really hard. I have no real answer on that one.
I mean, I'll just echo that it's really hard, because, you know, having worked on like a project, and now we're venturing out into, you know, a second opportunity, but it has been hard. And but conversations like this, I think, help move the needle. Getting, you know, I feel like there was maybe a couple years ago when polymetallic, you know, you couldn't have that conversation with any friends or neighbors. And it's really in the mainstream news. And I think that, you know, just familiarity, I think, is helpful in the space for at least when you're approaching investors for the first time. You know, even at least now the nomenclature is known. I think the metals company, you know, had an incredible arc where, you know, I believe the valuation before the April executive order was somewhere in $800 million, and it rose to $3 billion, even pre-feasibility study. We thought that was going to open a lot of doors for us when we were raising funds, just that story itself, that narrative, and it did, but I mean, I think more is needed to drive private capital into project-specific raises.
Yeah, and I think a role the government can play is kind of what we've seen in setting the demand signal, setting that we want this to happen, executive orders, regulations, but, you know, Office of Strategic Capital is a very new agency. It's only a few years old, with only a couple loan products out the door. What other financial products and or policies could help crowd some of this in for these cold start projects?
I won't say price floors because I feel like when you guys did the MP deal, for what it's worth, the issue was that then everybody wanted the MP deal.
Right.
And that's just not how an industry can get built. And it's interesting now you see the CEOs of some of the largest mineral trading firms in the world going around asking for a price floor when your entire business has historically been stabilize prices and make money doing it. I think there's a lot of other mechanisms the US government has at its disposal beyond price floors and beyond offtakes, obviously, right? Obviously, as a mineral producing company, it makes my life easier if the US government buys my minerals. Check. Yep. Surely that's true. The question is basically, it's like, what are the highest ROI per dollar invested in interventions the US government can make that really do crowd in that industrial muscle? And I think that's the question that we've been working hard with OSC and DFC and others to solve, right? Which is, from our perspective, investing in exploration assets is really high leverage. I think Hans brought it up earlier about having, you know, permanent exploration assets that can explore and develop multiple projects in parallel. That's really high value, right? A research vessel is order of magnitude $10 million, an AUV is order of magnitude $10 million, an ASV is order of magnitude $10 million. So for $30 million, you're telling me that I can go and unlock a multi-billion-dollar pile of copper and cobalt? I should probably go spend that first $30 million. there are things like that where I would say that the US government should be encouraged to push on things that leverage the whole industry, right, that accelerate the entire thing. And I think then it's a question of like how much are they willing to plow capital into basically like single project delivery. And are they really excited to do that on a first of a kind project, the way DOE used to? Are they really interested in doing that on sort of the N+1 project once it's proven that this is bankable? And sort of where is that most helpful? I actually don't know. I think it will be that like as we diversify the types of resources we look into, as we look into sulfides and muds and lithium brines and methane hydrates and whatever else, like the US government is gonna have a role to play getting this industry to be broader. But I can't imagine needing them to finance the like 10th deep sea mining extraction vessel, right? At that point, the projects aren't economic or the market isn't doing its job.
Right.
I think that I think the idea of helping some of the first movers in the polymetallic nodule space is, I don't know N of a kind. I'm not sure what N is, but it is a nascent industry. I mean, it is a cold start. So I think that would give investors a lot of comfort to see the United States government, sending a signal that there'll be offtake agreements, that there's a home in the United States of America for this new industry. I'm not opposed to some price floor support for certain minerals where there is sort of proven market manipulation by other market actors. I think that really helps some investors pencil it out. So I think that in combination with some kind of, at least exploration of stockpiling, I think it goes along these lines as far as like, if we as a country want to support this, if we want to dominate this space, if we want to be the first mover, that is a collection of different policies that I think would drive more capital or at least open more doors for conversations where folks would be willing to take the risk for the ROI.
Yeah. I mean, the offtake agreements can help set that price floors, stockpiling. Not only the US, but other allied nations have also had conversations on stockpiling because non-market actors doing market manipulation does cause some of these mothballing and offshoring that then are very hard to restart. So given the nature of these projects that you mentioned, you can brownfield some parts of it. What parts of the actual project chain can be carried over from terrestrial mining, like the refining and offtake agreements, and what parts are net new that are not brownfieldable, that you're going to have to go do something?
I think the good news is that everything in this industry has a good parallel to another industry, not just terrestrial mining, but offshore oil and gas, or offshore wind, or other offshore industries. And so with any luck, I mean, we were talking a bit earlier about, or rather Mike Rowe was talking about the state of US shipbuilding. US shipbuilding's in a hard spot, and we probably do need to be building a lot more ships at home. And while I think it is useful to have like additional anchor customers and additional industries that are sort of sending that demand signal for shipbuilding, what I don't think is useful is the US shipbuilding industry to be concerned with, I need to build all these Navy destroyers and also need to figure out how to build net new deep sea mining vessels. I don't think that's like actually a really helpful solution here. And so we're thinking a lot about how do you retrofit existing assets to come and do this. Same thing, like I said earlier, right, which is even if there are 6 out of 10 of doing it and it gets the industry started and it gets the ball rolling, that's a scalable solution to start with, right? There is not going to be significant incentive to invest in the optimal solution until you show that some solution works. And so I think for all of this, for us, it's how do you go to brownfield? Because for any one of these parts of the value chain as well, you have to look at it from the project developer perspective, where my incentive is never to go with an unproven technology. My incentive is always to go with a company that has a multi-decade track record of delivering and like developing and actually operating these types of vessels. And so I think there's pretty much a disincentive to develop net new technology into greenfield assets in the short term, both financially and just practically from a risk perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an opportunity really for the nexus of traditional technologies, and I think there's ample opportunity for brand new technologies, new chemistries. I think unleash AI on how to use chemistries to pull apart some of these polymetallic nodules, which have very little tailings. I think it's really promising for robotics. I think it's promising for both the new edge of technology as well as some traditional resources. So in that sense, I agree. I think we can really leapfrog from where we are with technologies we have in the United States, and modify those and inject new technology into those, and be a leader both in harvesting these assets, but also in processing them.
Well, you said you don't want to be greedy earlier, but because there has been so much done that is positive, but it's going to be that back and forth of the government creates a demand signal, private sector responds to that, and then there needs to be an evolution of it. So let's fast forward 3 years and say we've gotten these first steps done, these first ones. What continuous types of policies would you like to see, or financial products, created net new out of the Department of Defense or elsewhere in the government? What would you like to see to make sure that this industry is sustainable and scalable?
Well, I think ultimately, and maybe this isn't possible in the short term, but in the longer term, maybe a convergence of policies, because we're going to have policies coming out of the International Seabed Authority and the CCZ. We're going to have policies coming out of the NOAA process. We're going to have policies in the Cook Islands. I think ultimately in the long term, like a convergence of best practices, a convergence of that regulatory pathway is probably really supportive for the industry as a whole.
Yeah. Time is of the essence of this because the geopolitical aspect. Have you, from your vantage point, been seeing either allied nations or institutional investors from, NATO countries scale as well, or is this a uniquely U.S. thing? And or what are we seeing China do in terms of investment volume?
Well, I think, for investment volume, obviously, I think like China is fairly dominant. I also think, in the regulatory context, I think there's a fear because China's got a seat on the ISA that those rules are going to be like tailor-made to the Chinese assets in a way that might make it more difficult for U.S. assets to compete in that space. So, working with our allies in our soft power to make sure that whatever comes out of that process, even though we have our own process at NOAA, we have a convergence point that is for the U.S. and its allies, a space where we can fairly compete.
Yep.
I think the U.S. leaning in on this has been good for allied nations, but I still think they haven't sort of leaned in to the extent that they could. I think one of the jurisdictions that we had invested a lot in and really believed in was Norway. They had world-class copper reserves. They had a super stable offshore regulatory ecosystem. They had an unbelievable ecosystem of really strong offshore extraction partners. They had super high environmental standards and a really long track record of building an entire national economy on this and becoming one of the wealthiest countries in the world doing offshore resource extraction responsibly. It was interesting when the U.S. sort of put its foot down on this issue and said, this is the thing that we care about and this is the thing that we want to be a world leader in. There were some countries that were sort of brought closer to the U.S. on that issue. And there were other countries where the U.S.'s sort of insistence on the sector pushed them away a little bit on the issue. I don't know how we round that issue out. I don't know how we get people to understand and believe that like the U.S.'s perspective on this and the U.S.'s standards on this are high and are designed to be common standards that make our allies more inclined to invest in this sector and not less. But I think that should be top of mind for folks in this room and folks in the U.S. government who are working on this issue. Because there was this really odd moment where in Norway, where we had invested millions of dollars and they were excited about doing deep sea mining because it was A, a thing that made economic sense to them, B, a thing that made security sense to them, and C, a thing that like allied nations of theirs, like the U.S., really cared about. Opponents of the sector could sort of come back and say, yeah, but like look at the way that the U.S. is sort of going about this. Norway should be a part of the international process, should be a part of some other process. And so I think that really becomes the hard part for me is how do you do this in a way that sort of pulls allied jurisdictions in closer and makes it the no-brainer that it should have been for Norway, for example.
Yeah, and I think this forum is a great place for things like that. And relatively underappreciated, I think, is that soft power element, which is huge, because you can do some of the tangible things like regulations. You can bring capital, but some of that soft power just showing up. Having some of that support in either international organizations or things that are just bilateral. A forum like this and helping the public and private sector both show up to these even one-of-a-kind projects to show that support is crucial. So, as we kind of wrap up on the panel and last remarks, what would you want your government counterparts to hear or take away from the private investment side?
I'm going to start with a thank you for everything they've done so far and for showing up, you know, in such a full-throated way for this nation industry. And I just want to pull in and echo that thread. I think as we kind of develop these standards in the U.S., setting them high, transparent, so that the world shows like these are best practices. We are taking care of the environment. You know, these ecosystems that they need to survive off the fish. You know, particularly in the cooks, the fishery is I think the second largest part of their economy. You know, really is great environmental stewards. I think helps with durability, and I think helps like pull our allies together. And I think it'll also help, you know, converge all of the different regulatory standards in these different authorities that are at play.
Yeah, I think I would also say thank you to the folks at the U.S. government who have really plowed money into the sector. Never mind deep sea mining, terrestrial mining alone has been a hard thing to raise money for the last 25 years. I think people have seen it in underfunded exploration projects, in mines that are sort of left half-baked. You know, the traditional vice clause, it's called in like an institutional investment fund, is you cannot invest in cigarettes, alcohol, pornography, or mining. That's like the top 4 in those exact things that take institutional investors out of sectors like these entirely. And getting investors to care about sectors like these in the first place, and then forcing them out the risk curve and saying, look, we've been ignoring mining for so long that we need to do more drastic things, we need to try more innovative things, is kind of where the US government has gotten the markets to already. And so I'm really keen to see sort of how this develops over the next few years, because the world's attention is on sectors like mining now and on parts of them like deep sea mining now. And so whether the space manages to take advantage of that and take advantage of people sort of getting over legacy hangups on mining and deep sea mining, it's kind of up to these guys.
Yeah, and you know, you mentioned it previously that a lot of the innovation coming from the defense side, I think it goes both directions. And just as we end, small plug, also thank you to the forum for having us. But you know, the dual use nature of some of these technologies cannot be understated. So investment to this area is not only an investment in generating revenues from the materials themselves, but winning, you know, defense conflicts as the world gets a scarier place. So appreciate your time and the feedback on the capital side of it, and thanks to the forum for having us.
Thank you.
Well, great. As we move to the next panel, just want to flag for this event and for the work that we're doing, the work of the U.S. government in engaging with our partners around the world and our allies is absolutely essential. In terms of geopolitics and what we've seen in critical minerals, we've seen more activity over the last 2 administrations than we've ever seen in this space before. So as we're looking at deep sea mining and you look at the unique jurisdictions that we'll be heading into, whether it's foreign EEZs, our own EEZ, or international waters, the need for coordination and collaboration with allies and engagement at the highest levels is absolutely essential. So thrilled to have this panel to talk through some of those efforts and some of the work that's going on at the State Department and at NOAA and Department of Commerce. Come on up, Tim Pucco.
Thanks for being here. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Glad to see a full room still out there. Thank you so much for joining us today. I am Tim Pucco. You may remember me from such newspapers as the Wall Street Journal and the Washington Post. But as I'm sure many of you have felt, it's been a great year to pivot into minerals over the past year or so, and even better, to pivot away from the media. So if you don't know, I'm now at Eurasia Group. I am the lead analyst there on everything we do on metals and mining. Please say hi, especially if you don't know me or you're not familiar with Eurasia Group. I'm very happy to tell you about what we do and who we work with, often some of the biggest mining and metals companies in the world, and very privileged at times to hear from many people in government, both in the United States and abroad. I also want to say I've been very impressed with how many government officials that we have had here today on all the panels. It's great to see the participation, especially in a relatively early-ish stage industry when everyone is looking for information at a critical time to figure things out. I have a couple of the most important government officials that you're going to hear from today. And because of that, we just want to turn the floor over to you. Assistant Secretary, do you want to go first? And just both of you can introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about your roles and what you do.
I appreciate that very much. Well, thank you, everybody. It's good to be here with you this afternoon. Looking forward to not only some interaction, but some dialogue here on a lot of different conversation on international. My name is Tim Petty. I'm the Assistant Secretary for Oceans and Atmosphere at NOAA, as well as the Assistant Administrator of NOAA. And so that includes both wet and dry side of the National Weather Service, all the way through to oceans that are included in this portfolio. So obviously, this part of oceans is a very high priority for this administration. Looking forward to a good dialogue on an international platform. You've heard already from a number of the team that I work very closely with throughout the whole day. And so I think as you start to put together your thoughts at the end of the day, looking forward to those conversations. Dr. Perry.
Thank you. Dr. Ruth Perry. I am at the Department of State under the Bureau of Economic Affairs, and I'm the Principal Deputy Assistant for Oceans and International Environmental and Economic Affairs. We have the longest titles. We're working on that. But I'm 3 months into the job. Prior to this, I was with the offshore energy industry for a number of years. It's great to see so many familiar faces in the room. And I have been in this role for only 3 months. So this is my first official government participation. So very excited about that and happy to talk about state's role.
I was going to say you're both relatively new in your roles, even though we've had the new administration in for a year. Sometimes it takes a while, and then sometimes you start a job and a few weeks later you're right into the fire. Assistant Secretary, I wanted to ask you a little bit about that. I was watching the House Natural Resources Subcommittee hearing on many of these same matters last week. One thing I noticed is it is a little bit more, well, that hearing was a little bit more partisan than I am used to in the mineral space. With minerals, I think, the critical minerals issue, battery minerals, whatever you want to call them, tend to be one of the few really bipartisan issues that we have right now. And that hearing was not that bipartisan, and in fact, sometimes spicy. So if I could just ask you about Representative Case's comments in particular. He made some pretty serious accusations where he said he thinks NOAA is in bed together with the metals company. I imagine that's something that you want to respond to.
You know, the part of, with any subcommittee hearing, you get all kinds of interesting dynamics. But one of the things that I want to talk about that same day that I think was even somewhat of a much more interesting meeting was I was able to meet with more than 6 different committee staff that talked specifically about the work that we were doing with NOAA and what we're trying to accomplish with NOAA and its core competencies with NOAA. And so in that meeting with senior staffers on the Hill on both Senate and staff, the dynamics was very different. And so what you see on more of an open show becomes more of an interesting dialogue, but what you actually look at when you're interacting with a lot of career Hill staff is they're much more substantive in their questions. And from that, the part that I enjoyed the most, we had over an hour conversation, and none of the conversations within the environment actually came up. The interesting questions were commercial viability. And so those were the parts that they were very interested to dialogue with NOAA about. And so even in this meeting today, the encouragement that I want to even share with this group is that there are some very knowledgeable people on the Hill that understand and to ask the right questions. But I will also state in my 1 second is spend time with the staff, because it's going to be part of the staff that are going to help you move this needle forward and build on those type of frameworks of what you're trying to accomplish.
And so I mentioned Representative Case's comments. There was also some opposition from some of the other island states, American Samoa, Guam. I'm wondering, we're talking about the deep ocean here, but also there's still like local opposition. Could you just explain how you think of that as a regulator in this relatively unique environment, how to manage that, how much of a challenge you see that as?
Yeah, absolutely. And so before I took this position as Assistant Secretary, I was also the Assistant Secretary in Trump 1.0 over at the Department of Interior in Water and Science. And so I've told a lot of my friends, I've gone from 3% of water, fresh water, to 97% of water, salt water. So it's a different world, but at the same time, of 3%, of how much we actually provide water to the United States and around the world, that's only 3%. And so we're looking into a platform of 97% of this world and the engagement there. So it's almost, you can't even compare those kind of dynamics. And so the encouragement that I want to get out of what we're doing internationally, since this is the international talk, you've heard from a lot of the NOAA, not only careers, but even my deputy earlier, what they've accomplished in a year from the president's executive order, which you've all talked about, but that is partnership. On that executive order, there's 2 themes that I want to address to this community, is the president wants the United States to be a world leader in this area, and he wants to partner with people who are ready and prepared to move into being a world leader in deep sea mining.
Dr. Perry, I want to bring you in on that point. You are at state. One of our big themes for this panel is the international issue. I mentioned local issue from some island states, Hawaii. There has been some international blowback as well. I'm wondering how, I think that's your issue to manage, right? And so I'd love to hear you talk about how you manage that, but also, in an America First philosophy, does that international blowback even matter right now?
Well, it matters because many of the countries that we want to work with, we want to do in partnership, right? And the U.S. has to build those partnerships. I think on the earlier panel, we were talking about, you were hearing about regulatory durability. We also need diplomatic durability. And so those partnerships do matter. We recognize that there's divergent and strong opinions in many of the countries. I'll come back to Hawaii in a second. Many of those Pacific Island countries don't have the infrastructure, resources, or people to manage an offshore energy program. We've seen this in the oil and gas space. We're seeing it in anything that is new. Deep sea, you can't see it, so your inclination is to go overly precautionary. We've seen that play out. Many industries have tackled that, not just energy, but fishing. And so really, states' role is that bridge, to have those conversations, to understand where are the concerns, where are those risks, and how can we bring U.S. tools, environmental stewardship, and leadership to help those countries address those risks and concerns so that they are comfortable with taking those approaches. At state, international and economic diplomacy is our bread and butter, literally, because we just had lunch. But that's where we play a role, is we can have those partnerships, we can bring all of these countries together, and we can find the commonalities of whether it's risk, concern, or stewardship, or partnership, and help build that capacity and that capability for those countries to feel more comfortable. I think we're gonna get into it a little later, so I'll go ahead and jump you, Tim, on that one. But February 4th, we are having quite a large ministerial in Washington, D.C., hosted by Secretary Rubio, around land and deep sea minerals. But that ministerial is bringing many of those countries together. Not all of those countries are in full agreement at the time and the pace that the U.S. wants to move. But again, we're facilitating those conversations, building upon those relationships, and having those hard dialogues so that we can figure out where best to enable the U.S. leadership in technology, environmental stewardship, and other economic tools to help those countries come with us.
If I would imagine most people in this room are going to be familiar with the February 4th meeting that we're talking about. If on the off chance that some of you may not be, this is a ministerial. Actually, do we know how many countries are going to be a part of this yet? Have we said that?
We are still going through the invites, but I think we're about 40 right now. I'm looking back at my staff because I was delayed with the winter storm coming back from my family in Texas, so I haven't seen the daily report, but we're between 40 and 50, the last numbers I saw.
Great, and I think that's still a little bit in flux too, right? But the point is, there's been a long-running effort from the administration to, especially in, I would say, the past 5 to 6 months, correct me if I'm wrong on that, but to ramp up a lot of international collaboration on the minerals issue for so many reasons. The effort is to create an alternative market structure to the one now dominated by China. It's very difficult for the U.S. to do that alone. The capital required, these are global supply chains that we're talking about. I think the administration has come pretty strongly to that position in recent months, that there must be this type of collaboration. So I'm glad you brought up the meeting.
There is.
And my understanding is that a lot of it is going to be about, well, the broader element that I talked about, creating this market system, potential collaboration on price floors, I think some recycling, e-waste, black mass maybe. I'd love it if you can elaborate on any of that, or maybe more pertinently for this audience, explain where offshore minerals fits into that, if it will be an element.
So you hit a number of topics. Let's add regulatory. Let's add country-to-country dialogue. This goes back to, I think many don't realize that State Department is now running foreign aid. Foreign aid offers opportunities to build capacity and capability. So having, again, this administration does not shy away from having difficult conversations, but there is a commonality here around countering China. Many of these countries understand the urgency. They understand the need. They have resources that they really, really want to focus in on to understand how to develop those, leveraging the U.S.'s history in building energy and supply chains. And so we're having all of those facets of conversation. Offshore is really an emerging piece, I think, because the President's executive order is really accelerating the movement. Thank you to my partners at NOAA and BOEM in the room as well, who are really stepping up to move this faster than I've seen other industries. And I'm not that old, but old enough, and have worked in a few of those. So rapid acceleration in the regulatory space is a hill to climb on its own. But kind of getting back to deep sea is still a little bit distant. It's an emerging field. There are some critical minerals, I shouldn't say critical, but there's some important land-based concerns that need to happen now. And so probably 85% of the conversation is focused about those needs and where we need to counter China. Then we're bringing in offshore to this group because there are a number of those countries who are watching closely what the U.S. is doing, watching Cook Island, and they want to start those conversations because they're ready to move. So we are going to have some focused conversation at the ministerials, how we can overcome some of the unique offshore challenges, and again, identify where the U.S. and individual countries can build capability and partnership.
Assistant Secretary, I don't want you to get cold. I'm going to have you hold on for one more minute here.
Great technology.
And two Tims, it's a lot. It's a lot to keep track of. But if I could just stick with you for one more second on a State Department question that I think fits in here, but I'm not sure. I do want to talk about the mineral security partnership. It was one element that was important for us to touch on. And in this talk of international collaboration, at one point, the MSP, I think, was the vehicle for that. I have been assured many times that it is still alive and well. And I would just love it if you could, one, just tell me if that's true. And then two, maybe elaborate a little bit more on where the MSP is today and where it fits in with all these other moving parts in the administration.
I'm going to disappoint you slightly, but I'll bring you back up. MSP is still alive. Seabed minerals, as we know, everybody in this room knows, they're on a different timeline from ongoing efforts to access land-based minerals. Seabed minerals development transitions to commercial recovery. MSP is really focused on accelerating that gap. We're not quite there yet. We've just tapped exploration. And so MSP will be there as a vehicle and an arrangement that when there is enough movement and we are in that shift to go to extraction with offshore, that it'll again serve as a forum or another bridge. This is where you're getting my 4 a.m. cycling between bridge and partnership and collaboration and the other words. But we'll get there. So it's there. Not quite the right vehicle.
For this?
For this.
But for other things still?
For land-based.
For anything land-based, it's still
Correct.
there? Okay, great.
It is still
Should we expect anything newsy to come out of it in the near future?
Well, I got to keep everybody on the edge of their
Okay,
seat,
okay,
so wait on that
hold off
one.
on
Get
that.
back to me when I hit month 6.
Month 6,
All
okay. Assistant Secretary, I did promise I would come
No,
back to you,
you're
and this is
doing
your
great.
time. We have talked a lot here about, well, actually, we haven't mentioned China much. I think you mentioned China once, but probably everyone
we need
knows
to talk
here.
about it?
That's the thing. Everyone kind of knows that all of this is about, I guess, breaking Chinese dominance of some of these markets, resolving what seems to be a real strategic weak point for the United States and a lot of its allies. I don't know that that's something that a domestic regulator would usually care about, but there's certainly some urgency that goes along with that. So I would love it if you could explain if you do feel pressure from this great powers quest that's surrounding the industry right now, if that affects how you're able to manage or trying to manage this.
So all of us in our different agencies need to focus on what we really do well. And I'm really proud of what NOAA did. Even I've only been on the job for 3 weeks, but tracking this past year, Dr. Noble earlier today talked about the final rule that came out last week. That is unbelievable amount of time and speed and efficiency, but yet also the ability to compress with options for industry, which most of the time federal government never gives the capability of options of how you want to actually go through a process. And so those areas internationally, I think, see the effort that this administration is doing to expedite. And again, to say, we want to become a world leader again in this field, and we want to partner with commercial entities who are ready to move forward and explore, but then also take to commercial. And therefore, in NOAA's world, we want to do what we do really well, that we've been doing for 50 years. And the key part of this is, we've all three have said, is the part of exploration. And we need to continue to do that well so that even industry can utilize that exploration and that investment by federal dollars so that industry can say, we now can tighten in that circle of where we want to focus and then allow us to go through the rest of regulatory process to get there. But that also means the partnerships in future aspects, working with State Department to even help our strategic partners in their effectiveness, because if those strategic partners are effective and moving forward, that's going to allow the United States to be effective and also moving forward.
So you said it was only a few weeks ago, right, that you finally got into the seat?
I'm 3 weeks in.
Yeah, okay, so given the pressure and given that you're fresh off the arrival, I am curious, did any of the international partners or potential partners that we're talking about, have you heard from any of them? Are they intervening in the process? Or who's actually the first outside force that you heard from as soon as you finally got in?
So my previous seat, I was actually on the House side in the House Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. And so an interesting aspect under the purview of the subcommittee that I worked as a senior professional staff was NOAA's coastal zoning area. And so those engagements was part of the portfolio of the committee that I worked on. And so I had a number of different people after my name was announced last summer who actually engaged with talking about things that dealt with off the coastal areas, dealing with research and exploration and investments in infrastructure and transportation. So
mostly
those
companies then, or who are we talking about?
A number of just different companies who wanted to meet me, say hello, talk about these different areas. And it was actually under the purview of the work that I was already doing. because I had gone up even earlier last summer to up to Lake Michigan, dealing with the tackite delivery of ore by barge coming from Lake Superior down into Lake Michigan and into Lake Erie. And so those investments through the Army Corps ports for delivery of these type of things are huge in how we have to deal with Coast Guard and Army Corps and all the aspects of regulatory so that we can keep industry up on raw materials. So those are all parts of dynamics, including that relationship with Canada in those same dialogues on coastal waters of Great Lakes.
I might come back to you for more philosophy on how you manage all that in a second, but first I want to stick with this theme of international partners. And on the offshore minerals front, a lot of the most vocal critics have been some of our biggest allies, right? I don't think Canada's on that list, but certainly the UK, New Zealand, India, France, Argentina. Is the United States making progress with any of them? Can you make progress with any of them? What's your strategy for dealing with the allies?
That's a good question. So again, it comes back at what the core or what the root of the problem is. And when I say problem, I don't mean this administration, but talking about offshore minerals, right? Where is that in the economy of scale for that particular country? I think, we can get it a little into some of the tricky regulatory pieces when we get outside of the EEZ, but, there are many of those countries who want to stay in multilateral forums and really work international regulations through the ISA and have convening agreement, but many of those, the problems with those consensus multilaterals is any of the main members can block it outright. So where does that get us? We still don't have international regulations. So you are seeing countries like the Cook Islands, Japan is now increasing their interest, the United States, certainly under the Trump administration, who don't want to wait another decade or 20 years to get regulations that are based by consensus. There is a big shift in the State Department from multilateralism, because when we're talking about economic prosperity, leadership, and security, economic and national security, multilateralism can slow progress. And so this is where we're starting to see some of these issues really come up for certain countries, whether it might be they want to stay in that multilateral forum because it's comfortable, or because it can go slow and you can control it. And the US, at least states' approach, is when it is related to economic prosperity, supply chain security, national security, and countering China, we cannot tackle these issues in a multilateral forum. So we are stepping out of that. That makes people uncomfortable, and countries, I should say. Many of those countries don't want to step out as far. So those are many of the conversations that were happening. Sometimes they see it step out and they see it working, and we're moving quite rapidly, and we're really putting our US tech sector and many of our minerals companies at the forefront to say we can do this safely, we can do it responsibly, and we can move faster. Give us the regulatory framework and we will prove it to you. We are using that as a model to show these countries that you can take a risk-based approach to marine minerals. And we are not stuck continuing to wait another decade plus to get international regulations that everybody feels good about. And I'm incredibly impressed to see NOAA moving as fast. I know BOEM's in the room as well, moving quickly. We have experience. I think I want to reiterate one of the points earlier made by Sahil. We have experience. The US has incredible leadership in the energy sectors, the supply chain sector, and offshore. If we reinvent the wheel, we miss an opportunity. This administration is really pushing us to do what we know how to do, what we have practiced, and what we can execute across the US government, and do it in partnership with the private sector, not in isolation of the private sector.
One point I will ask you about, it's a bit broader,
Sure.
but a lot of these relationships, even with some of the countries, oldest and most steadfast allies, UK, France, I think of the Europeans in particular, they're in a rather fragile state right now, right? Davos in particular was quite a tumultuous week, I think, for the whole transatlantic alliance. And there's obviously at least a little bit of friction here with the US and some of those same partners. You seem very committed, and I think the administration has made its position very clear that this is worth doing. But I'd love to hear you articulate a little bit more, because I'm wondering about the trade-offs. Why is it worth doing if for a relatively early stage industry that's not really on the verge of production yet, if it is antagonizing potentially allies that are already feeling kind of antagonized and may have a rather fragile relationship with the US broadly right now?
I have a PhD in oceanography, not an MBA, but I will say with any new industry, if you don't start taking the initial efforts, you can't scale the industry and you can't change the profit margins. The technology is allowing us to be able to get out into the offshore quicker. We've been doing it in the oil and gas sector. We can see everything down there, we can document it, we can extract it. Some of those European countries that you're referencing actually have the marine infrastructure and the vessels to do the extraction, and they're waiting in the cusp. So I wouldn't say not all of them aren't opposed. They're waiting for the market to shape. But government can help create the market, but you need the investment to have the certainty to want it to put the money into that market. And so all of those pieces have to work in tandem. But if government doesn't take the first lead, then you're not going to see the private sector follow, and you're not going to see the building of the energy supply or the mineral supply or the price differentials that need to happen from scaling. It's a really, really difficult thing. But if we don't capitalize on the ability to understand what's out there, and then how can we extract it safely, and then how can we build a robust and secured supply chain with those minerals, we're going to miss opportunities, and someone else is going to move faster than us. So I won't get ahead of my president on UK European strategy and go anything outside of my particular area with state and minerals, but at least that's how we see it. And again, I think everybody in this room knows that the president's tactics is to really say, we're going to do this, we're going to take a US forward approach, and you can either come along or not, your choice.
It sounds like you're also suggesting that some of the allies who might not sound like they want to come along right now, once you move forward, I don't know, I'm guessing
this is
France
my
and
opinion,
others. Yeah, well,
but if
please
you
share
look
that.
at, if you look at some of the capabilities, particularly in vessels, and again, I'm going back with my private sector hat on. The maritime industry has vessels that can be retrofit if there's a market. They're large vessels. They are vessels that take, even at best, 8 years to build if you're going as fast as possible. So they're looking at the opportunity space. There are other companies that have exploration capabilities. They go where the exploration market is. So many of them are European-based. Some of the ocean technology, same thing. So I won't go in the nuances of that, but I think when those countries start to hear from their private sectors that that it's market and it's profitable and it will bring jobs and return back to that country, you will start to see them shift. I think it's easy to come out and say no to something that feels incredibly uncomfortable because you can rely on that overly precautionary principle and pick anything that you want to stall progress. We've seen that play out across the energy spectrum, but many of those countries shift because the demand will exceed the need to be precautionary. And I think for the US, we're really putting China in front of that in terms of China's capability because they can churn out the vessels, the technology, and they're putting the investment out to do the exploration work faster than any of the countries that you just listed, including the US. The US is trying to change that paradigm. So again, it's their choice. They can wait, or they can come in partnership and work with us. But I think you'll start to see that turn around as we have some initial security of exploration permits and that their certainty will move toward extraction, I think you'll start to see that global landscape shift.
I am curious, what estimates on time do both of you have on all this to get through a lot of the early regulation and permitting and then actually to the production that we're talking about?
So I'll jump in on that kind of response since we just came out last week with the final rule that allows commercial industry to start immediately coming in and start applying for these permitting processes. And so now it's the next step. And Dr. Perry was exactly right. So on the international front, what we want to be able to demonstrate is from top leadership at the White House said, let's go. And now you put literally the gas pedal down. And so that then also means that all of the federal agencies need to really start working together. And the best way for all the different agencies to work together is that they focus on their expertise, their core competencies, which they've demonstrated. And now that becomes not individual silos, but all of us working together so that, oh, we can do this part and we hand the baton to the next part. You had a panel of 6 up here talking about everything from the Corps of Engineers to the Coast Guard to BOEM to even NOAA, all of them saying, we all know each other, right? That doesn't mean necessarily we all work together. And so it's not only knowing, it's setting down and now we're going to work together. And everybody takes their area of expertise and highlights and then keeps that moving forward. And the White House has said, we're going to make sure that all of you are moving this forward because anyone who drops off, if you want to go and sit on the couch, you're welcome. But we'll find someone who's going to get up and run with the baton.
I like the sitting on the couch because everybody's here in a snow day and not sitting at their couch, which that's something. But I think I'd be remiss to say the executive orders are a playbook and they are a driver to this government approach. If you really break down those executive orders, it capitalizes every role across the US government and it essentially sets that framework for how we're going to coordinate. And if we get that right, then we're going to be able to move quickly. And I think this kind of, what you're seeing is this show of force is really unique. I don't believe in my short career that there's ever been anything that has moved as quickly and as coordinated. And I'm going to say that sitting from state because I don't have the regulatory equities that Tim Petty has here. Now we're getting the Perry Petties.
Yes, but at the same time on the dialogue is what you're going to be doing internationally is going to be absolutely critical because you're going to be able to go to this international forum and saying, we're moving forward on our regulatory structure and the whole world sees the transparency of what we do well because we have industries in the past that have done it extremely well. And that's what we're putting forward for the United States in this administration.
Well, what's the imperative there? It sounds like you're suggesting the imperative is you get the international system to approve regulations.
What you get is, this is what we're doing. This is how we're doing it in the United States. This is how we're working with the EEZ. This is how we're looking at open ocean.
Yeah.
And so you have BOEM, you have NOAA, you have these different ones, and you're seeing the transparency of the process. And so what I'm saying is this allows the State Department to say, international community, you're watching what the United States is doing on their own territory. You can either sit on the couch and watch, or you can move forward and start actually being productive.
I think what I want to clarify, though, is if the goal of the administration here is just to get permits through and some of this work going in the U.S. areas, or is it just as important to get the international community to move on international waters and sort out that regulatory system as well?
It's both.
Both. You want both?
Yes,
Okay.
I think it would be
right?
both.
So the United States, among many other countries, have very complex regulatory frameworks. They have multiple agencies with multiple authorities, whether that's legislated in law or whether that's interpreted in policies. And so what we're trying to show for those more mature countries with those regulatory frameworks is you can move quicker, you can accept and manage risk, and if you do that, both of those things, you can move quicker. and the private sector can be an ally here. I think for the other countries, and some of those examples that we talked about, like Cook Islands is a really beautiful example here. They have really, really small capacity. They don't have the number of agencies that we have at the US, nor the size of teams that we have working on this issue. So what we can do is help translate our regulatory framework and the actions that we take into something that is workable that they can put into their governments. State facilitates those conversations. We bring in the expertise from the public and private sectors, and we support them in many different ways, programming, funding, or other means where we can help them build that capacity and capability. The exploration work that NOAA did is an example of building capability, getting the information that then they can make informed judgments about their EEZ and how to do the environmental assessments of that. They wouldn't have been able to do that without the technology support and the regulatory support, both by the US government and all of the lessons learned. Right. NOAA's superior in technology. They've done this all over the world. In the mapping sense, they can bring the best of, and we can help facilitate those conversations and come out with an outcome that gets them where they want to go, and in turn builds a stronger partnership for the US. Again, going back to this countering China and other kind of geopolitical landscape and how that's shifting, right? So it's all, I think, it's all connected in different ways, right? And we're really using marine minerals as a way to show that connectivity, something emerging in the geopolitical landscape, but something that you can control, manage, and benefit from if you get it right.
Before we move on from this topic, can I bring you back to the timeline question again? I assume we're talking years. Is there any chance we can get permits completed, approved, work started while Trump is still president this term?
We would love to see that take place.
Is that realistic?
Right? That's what we'll find out.
Okay.
Maybe can I put a...
Please, no, put your timetable on it.
Maybe also to clarify, it's not just on the regulators.
Right.
We're doing the work.
Sure.
We're getting together. I think BOEM's, has a workshop following this where we're all getting in the room. We're doing that convening. Yep. We're putting in the sweat equity on the government side to get together and figure this out cooperatively and collaboratively. The private sector also has to meet expectations. So these aren't essentially, I want to go explore and I want to extract. They have a bar that they have to meet in terms of the information and the assessment material that they have to provide. Government is doing the right work to give them more clarity on the expectations that they have to meet, which I think gets lost in this conversation a bit, right? Because it is not just a government piece here, but the private sector is stepping up. And they are providing the information. They are meeting with the government early and often to understand the expectations. And they're meeting with all of us, which is unique in itself as well, because I think many in this room have supported energy industries, and they know if you don't do early and often engagement, particularly in the regulatory sense, then you're going to fall behind very quickly. So we're seeing all those lessons learned play out, and it is a really, really interesting thing to watch, because we're actually making quite rapid success.
I'm glad you brought that up, because that actually leads into one of my wrap-up questions. I did want to hear, you mentioned that there is a lot of engagement. Mm-hmm. We have a lot of private sector people in the room, and I'm sure watching on the live stream as well. Are there things that the two of you and other federal agencies that you're collaborating with here still need from the private sector? Information, activity, proof of financing, I don't know what it might be. Is there anything that you think you should have more of right now, or be seeing more from the private sector that you're not?
I'll jump in on Dr. Perry specifically talking about Cook Islands, and a number of companies even here sponsoring are there doing work. And they're doing that work that is new to them and new to us, and sharing in what they're discovering, because that is an area that's really ahead in so many of the other areas that we're needing to get research. Every area is different, every area is unique, But what we're learning there will really help us in the next phase of the other areas in the Pacific or even in the Atlantic or in other locations that give us new insights, because commercial investment is really the tip of the spear, the cutting edge. And I've worked over 20 years on the Hill, and Congress is not the tip of the spear. They follow where the tip goes, though. And that's an important part, because it's industry that really is that tip of that spear. And the lessons learned is allowing them, Congress and then the executive branch, to move all of that forward so that it's not 2 steps forward and 3 steps back. It's all stepping forward, maybe not as fast as we would like, but we're moving forward.
So I'm hearing more commercial development. More work in that direction. Yeah.
Would be a great part of that partnership, right, without a doubt, so that then we as federal government can make sure that we're meeting our requirements so that they can be effective, productive, and creative in what they're trying to accomplish.
Dr. Perry, anything that you're not seeing you'd like to see more of?
Yes. So the ministerial, we raised that predominantly focused on land-based minerals, but there is going to be an offshore component. And then, lucky me, I'm tasked with the offshore equivalent of that ministerial. But what I want to do is take that outside of DC. I think people are familiar that state has done a number of science envoys and partnership delegations. These are incredible and unique tools to take the U.S. technology and energy sector on the road. I think it's, state has used those for many policy priorities, but this is the opportunity. Cook Islands is a great model for this. But we need to take this to other places, because I can sit there, I can show the websites, I can show the technology, I can describe it, but I'm now government, so I have to remember that. And I've been in the ocean technology sector for a long time. But if I can bring those delegates from the private sector to talk about this in a cohesive way, showcase some of this work that's happening and the standards to which they are meeting, to show these countries that what is possible with private sector and public sector partnership, I think that could be a really incredible tool. So that's what's in my head. Now my ask to the sectors is hire people to do that and be willing to maybe put some of the funding on the table. Resources in government is always a challenge. Doing international roadshows is certainly going to be hard on many, and it's time away from the work that the private sector needs to do. But I think it could be monumental in showing many of our diplomatic partners and other countries what is in the realm of possible and where the U.S. can provide support, not only from the public sector, but the private sector as well. And ideally, if we get that right, then it would create market opportunity and those early relationships for much of our U.S. private sector. So that's in my head. Stay tuned. That is what I will be scoping out on my flight next week to Asia. So, but that's where, so again, sweat equity, but being a partner in the outreach, the stewardship, and the diplomacy.
I want to give you each about 30 seconds to give big takeaways. So before we get there, just one last question. We've heard a lot about processing today, and that processing is probably the major weak point with this industry, and thinking about the type of supply chain, the alternative supply chain it could create. Why do all this if we don't have the processing capability for it? I'm wondering if either of you have a sense, maybe this is more of a State Department question, about solutions for the processing question in diplomacy or trade policies. Is that a possibility in about 30 seconds?
It is a possibility. Google PAC Silica, PAXSILICA. So our Undersecretary Helberg is moving this initiative for silicon supply chain. That serves as a model for how quickly we can do international diplomacy around supply chain security. So if you haven't seen the PAX Silica, I would encourage everybody to look at that. We are using that model across the Bureau in other capacities where economic prosperity can be on the forefront of commercial diplomacy.
And then to wrap this up, maybe it'll only be 15 seconds, but 15 or 30 seconds for each of you and just what everyone's big takeaway from our talk here should be.
I've been in government now for almost 30 years, and I think the big takeaway to see is if we can walk and chew gum and play with the big league.
This is more complicated than even a lot of regulatory processes, right? Yeah.
It is. And so this is going to be a challenge, but I'm excited this administration believes that they put the right team together to move this forward because it's a broad team and there's lots of federal agencies that need to work together in a very cohesive way.
Dr. Perry, quick thought.
Oh, I thought.
No, you don't have to. We can wrap if you want.
Yeah, no. I think all I will say is I'm very encouraged here by the integration of economic prosperity and environmental stewardship. We are the best at managing resources, using those resources, markets safely or responsibly, and bringing in that environmental stewardship and putting technology at the forefront. So what state is really excited about is where the U.S. can lead in this space, and we want to put that out front in our diplomacy.
Great. Well, thank you both so much for taking the time, and thanks to all of you for being a great audience.
Thank you. We finished early.
Just want to give you guys a quick programming update. Unfortunately, the Deputy Secretary, something came up and will not be able to join us. And so we will be swapping out, and we've got a great opportunity to have an off-the-record discussion with best-selling author of The War Below, Ernie Scheider. Ernie has probably, this is probably one of the best books that's been written in the last 2 decades in terms of critical minerals and mining development. And so providing some insights into what we're seeing there and what we might be seeing with our own industry. But for this panel that's coming up, this is really where technology and innovation and our data needs will be met. These companies and these individuals will be leading our government and our private sector efforts to make sure any gaps that we have that we need to fill are met. So thrilled to have you guys. Come on up, next panel.
Thank you. You're after me.
Knock him down. Knock him down.
Apparently that didn't matter. They didn't care.
There.
No, I shouldn't be going by those.
You're many of the non-U.S. sectors that we hear about, but yes. Yeah, no, it's true. I know. My partner from Fugro would probably say the same. No, okay. It's very nice to meet you. Do you have a card? Yeah, I would love to talk more. Make sure they haven't turned me off. Hold on.
Are you here all day?
I am.
Okay,
I am.
so we'll grab a...
There we
Don't worry.
Yeah.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, that seemed to work pretty well. Okay, last panel of the day. Good afternoon. My name is Nicole LeBoeuf. I am the Assistant Administrator of NOAA's National Ocean Service, and it's a real pleasure to be here to moderate today's panel, our last technical session of the day. We have heard from several fora today on the why of doing this, national security imperatives, supply chain stability. We've also heard some of the how when it comes to raising capital. Today we're going to talk about one of the other very critical hows, and that is the collection of science and data in order to enable this industry, really the underpinning of the industry. At NOAA, we're used to talking about mapping and science. We are a key part of that supply chain, as you would, in the United States. NOAA provides foundational data for responsible ocean use, whether that's commercial fishing, shipping, or now deep sea critical minerals. We'd like to say in the mapping world that you can't manage what you haven't mapped. It's not really just a tagline today, it is a prerequisite for this ocean use. When it comes to marine critical minerals, NOAA's been at it since the 1970s, but today we have entered a new era. This is an era for which NOAA is, as you have heard many times today, aligning ourselves to this momentum. When it comes to the collection of data and mapping, we are aligning those areas of our work as well. And NOAA can't do it alone. You've heard from other federal agencies today. Our federal agency family can't do it alone. The ocean is too vast to work in silos if we are to move at speed in order to make sure that high integrity data flows into decision making. And I do believe that that's what we're all here to make sure happens. So today's panel is going to bring together not just some of our sister federal agencies, but also our private sector technology experts and science providers who are establishing and building out the hardware and the techniques to reach the abyssal plains. They are committed to delivering not just information, but as I like to say, turning information into insights for decision makers at global, national, and local, national, and global scales. With that, I'm very quickly going to introduce our esteemed panel, and I'm going to ask them each to say a few words about what brings them here today, because I think it's important for you all to hear a little bit about what makes these folks tick and what's top of mind for them. First up, Michael Anderson is the CEO of Deep Reach Technology, a company developing advanced systems for subsea operations and deep water resource access. With decades of experience in offshore engineering and technology commercialization, he is focusing DRT's work on enabling safe, efficient, and environmentally responsible access to offshore resources, including critical minerals. Michael, if you don't mind just giving us a very brief introduction for you and what you're working on in this space.
Appreciate that. DRT has actually been around for about, quite some time, actually. We opened up our doors back in 2010. And I think as Hans had made that note, it was in 2014 that the Aral study kind of made a big pivot. And that was our first really big exposure to the sediment side of things. And we've continued to do a great deal of research and technological development. And really, we look at this in three ways. We've talked a lot today about the political landscape. We've talked a lot about the funding landscape, but there's also a technological landscape. And there's kind of three big pillars that we look at in this industry. Our organization really focuses on how we bridge that gap in the execution. When it comes to techno-economic feasibility, how do you take the science and the data, turn it into actual models that actually present a clear path towards that execution? We tend to focus on building up those models, creating that strategy towards that execution, and making sure that whatever the plan is that's in mind in regards to those economics actually turns out the way it's supposed to be. So we really look at it as the third pillar within everything. When you really think about the nature where this market is, what's happening around, when you get to consider that the political side and the regulatory side, you look at the nature of what's happening from the funding and the financial institutions, but you still have that technological execution that has to be carried through on a positive techno-economic basis. And so that's where we step in.
Excellent. Thank you, Michael. Next up, we have Jim Garib. Jim is an experienced marine geoscience and ocean exploration professional with a strong background in deep sea data acquisition and interpretation. Jim, I think you have one of the best titles I've ever seen, and we've seen some titles today. Jim is the Global Product Manager for seep hunting and geochemical campaigns at Fugro. He leads advanced offshore survey programs to identify and characterize seabed hydrocarbon seeps and other deep sea ocean features. Jim, please tell us a little bit about what you're up to.
Thanks, Nicole. And that's one of the hats I wear at Fugro, and that's my oil and gas hat, because a lot of what we do, as many people have mentioned today, is in fact very related, lessons learned in other offshore industries. And so for many of you in this room, you've probably heard of Fugro. We've been around for a long time in the offshore world. For those of you that haven't, here's a little brief summary of what we do. Fugro USA Marine Inc. is the world's leading independent provider of integrated geodata solutions, which include marine geotechnical and geoscience services, advanced offshore surveying, subsea robotics, environmental mapping, and the integration of remote and uncrewed technologies to support resource development and unlock complex marine environments. A major pillar of our expertise lies in deep sea exploration, where we play a crucial role in mapping, characterizing, and monitoring some of the world's least understood ocean regimes. We support responsible offshore energy development to help energy providers explore frontier basins while aligning with environmental and sustainability objectives. We've been involved in some of the largest deep water surveys ever. Some of these projects have been many hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. We've been involved in the marine critical mineral world for quite a while. In fact, 15 years ago, I was involved with a project, and I got to reminisce with Tom Detweiler out there, whom I sailed with 15 years ago, and that's the last time I saw him. That was on an Odyssey project. So we've been around, we've been doing marine critical minerals, not just oil and gas, not just marine construction. Beyond commercial exploration, we also advance global ocean knowledge through scientific partnerships with numerous academic groups, and we have collaborated many times over the years with the U.S. government, especially with NOAA and BOEM. In fact, our data has helped inform the permitting, leasing, and development of offshore energy resources for decades. And potentially pertinent to this forum, we now have a 5-year CRADA, Cooperative Research and Development Agreement with NOAA Ocean Exploration, aiming to accelerate deep ocean mapping using uncrewed surface vessels and electric ROVs. So collectively, these initiatives underscore Fugro's role in technologically advanced, environmentally responsible deep ocean exploration. Thanks.
Thank you, Jim. And speaking of NOAA's Office of Ocean Exploration, next up we have Dr. Aurora Elmore. Dr. Elmore helps to guide collaborative research and technology development that advances the exploration of the deep ocean and our understanding of marine environments. She supports ocean exploration expeditions, technological initiatives, education efforts, and outreach activities that expand the knowledge of our ocean frontiers. Aurora, what is on your plate these days?
Thanks so much for having me, Nicole. I'll start first with my office, which is NOAA Ocean Exploration, which was authorized under the Ocean Exploration Act to understand the deep sea. It has a very blue skies mission. And since my office was created 22-ish years ago, our aim has been to understand everything about the deep sea, from potential pharmaceuticals to archaeology to minerals. And as a result of that, through partnerships with the National Center for Environmental Information, NCEI, also at NOAA, we have a stockpile of geologic samples, biologic samples, and data that are useful for any public citizen who would like to access them. Every year, we conduct almost 20 expeditions around the world, some using the NOAA research fleet, others using partner vehicles or vessels, and we also conduct a lot of partnerships with industry, as you've heard earlier today. And I think the last thing I'll add, we've heard quite a lot about the Cook Islands effort that NOAA completed last year, and I was fortunate enough to work closely with the Cook Islanders on that as the co-chief scientist on that expedition. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Elmore. All right, next up is Dr. Colin Williams. Dr. Williams is a Mineral Resource Program Coordinator at the U.S. Geological Survey. He oversees research and assessments related to domestic and global mineral resources, including critical minerals. Dr. Williams plays a key role in advancing scientific understanding of resource availability, supply risks, and environmental considerations, providing foundational data that supports policy decisions on offshore and terrestrial critical minerals. Dr. Williams, please.
Oh, thank you, Nicole. So I'm very happy to be here because I see this meeting across agencies and organizations being very closely aligned with our mission at the USGS, which of course is to provide scientific research and information relevant to resources, hazards, other key applications for not just terrestrial, but also marine settings. And in particular, I think that we're obviously at a point now, as you say, with the national urgency and everything driving our concern about securing our critical mineral supply chains, that we need to be very aggressive and thorough in looking across the whole mineral resource space. So that means both terrestrial and marine resources, means both domestic and international or global sources. And at the USGS, within the context of seabed mineral resources, we're very committed to working with our partners, in particular with BOEM and NOAA, and providing our scientific support. We've maintained a role in seabed minerals for quite a few decades, even though the prospect of it ever being an actual mineral resource seemed very distant at times. We felt there were important scientific studies to conduct, and I think we're seeing the fruit of some of that effort, as well as the effort of our many partners and collaborators in the field. And just personally, I'll mention it's pretty great to be back in the marine community. I worn many hats at the USGS, the Mineral Resources Program, geothermal energy, earthquake hazards, et cetera. But I started my earth science career with the ocean drilling program. So this is kind of like coming full circle.
Well, welcome back. The ocean's glad to have you. All right, next up we have Jeff Weichel, Acting Marine Minerals Division Chief Manager at BOEM, where he supports analysis and planning for marine mineral resources on the Outer Continental Shelf, helping to inform responsible development. Jeff, thank you for jumping in at the last minute today and being very flexible and helping to represent BOEM. Please provide some brief comments on how your work is supporting this industry.
Sure, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to acknowledge that my colleague Paul Knorr was supposed to be up here on the panel. He tried desperately to make it up from Florida, but after the third flight, just didn't work. So you'll have me instead. BOEM has two primary research programs, our Marine Minerals Program and our Environmental Studies Program. They work in tandem to fund our critical minerals research, which is very much founded in the NOMEC principles and the executive order on unleashing America's offshore critical minerals on mapping imperatives. It's a modest budget, but for over 3 decades, we've been making diverse investments in reconnaissance and resource mineral evaluation across different mineral types. In almost every OCS basin, we've been doing tech R&D, environmental characterization, social and economic research. The types of deposits are very diverse in terms of what we look at, from heavy mineral sands to polymetallic nodules to sulfide deposits. We are highly partnered with our colleagues at NOAA and USGS and other agencies to leverage our limited resources, our personnel, our talents. We even work across private sector interests as well as academic interests. I will differentiate that from the other sort of research elements that we have or dimensions that we have. We also administer a pre-lease prospecting program where industries looking to do commercial searching for minerals. We regulate that. We also have a scientific research program. So if a non-federal agency, like a state and academic institution or even industry, is interested in doing scientific research, we have a noticing program that we administer. Thanks, Nicole.
All right, thank you. Now let's transition into the discussion and a few questions. The first one I'm going to direct to Dr. Williams from USGS. So, Colin, when people ask me sort of at first blush, what data do we need to collect? And are we starting from scratch? And where do we begin, right? I hear words like enormous amount of data, infinite amount of information required for this industry. I would be interested to hear from you, knowing that those kind of words don't get us where we need to go, right? How do we get started? Are we starting from scratch? Where do we begin on this?
Yes, I think we can say it is a big job, but we're starting in a place of a significant amount of knowledge and the ability to focus much of that work. Although, of course, our scientists never say no to more data. So there is that counterbalance. But if you think back to, for example, the origins of the USGS back in the 1870s, when the United States was trying to figure out how to handle its public lands and its mineral resources, passing the Mining Act of 1872. We were established in 1879. Mining was already taking place very actively in different parts of the country on federal lands, and yet at the same time, large parts of the map were just blank. Geological science was at its infancy, and figuring out this whole business of how to manage our energy and mineral wealth and work out regulations and laws and do the science that was needed to support that was, frankly, a lot of trial and error over the last 150 years to get that in a place where there's, at least in some sense, general consensus about how things should be done. And we've learned a lot, and we're still learning a lot. Obviously, the oceans, at some level, the deep ocean, when you think about, say, polymetallic nodules and their widespread distribution and how little we know about the character of that resource, it's a huge job. But at the same time, we have decades of modern marine geology and geophysics and oceanography. We have all these technologies. We're not starting in a field that has yet to develop. And we've had scientists in all our agencies and other countries working on this for a while. So I think there's an opportunity to address some very focused and beneficial aspects of this question in a short period of time.
All right, thank you. And Michael, from DRT's perspective, are we starting from scratch? Do we have a good foundation like we just heard?
I think we have a fabulous foundation. I think this is something that we've been studying for decades. And the reality is that it's not as much about the data, the nature of what's there or what's not there. It's about taking advantage of what it is, actually deploying it and utilizing it in a collaborative way. I think we have a lot of data that's been siloed in some cases that hasn't been actually used in a way it needs to be used. But a lot of this comes down to actually knowing what data we ultimately need to be collecting to even start with. Right now, even the work that we're doing with our commercial partners in Japan, this is a huge project. We're collecting, tons of data through that process, and we'd hope to be able to have that as a foundation for being able to share what that would be in regards to what we're doing here in the United States. And we're finding out that it's not just the United States. We've talked a lot about that today. Everything's been kind of focused around the U.S., but we're leading in a way that there's a lot of individuals and partner countries around the world that are looking to us to really define what those things are. And I think as we gain that momentum, those trade partners and those alliances that we have, they're going to be big supporters and helping collect and do more in that data. And that's what's happening in a lot of the projects that we've been involved in, and a lot of the countries that have been engaging and reaching out to us because they're seeing the United States set that tone. So I think we've done an amazing job already. I think we've collected more data for an industry that hasn't taken off or actually commercialized than any industry that's ever existed. So I think it's just a matter of knowing where to take that and how to end up collaborating with that data and moving things forward.
That's a really good point. In the United States, when a federal agency either collects or pays for the collection of data, that data becomes publicly available, which is a good step in the right direction. But if it's not being integrated and shared in a way that others can find it insightful,
yes,
right? It kind of could just be a wall of data, lots of information.
And there is opportunities at some point that maybe that data does become available outside those of us in the United States to trade partners, to alliances, to other countries that have a vested interest. I mean, as I was talking about Japan, it's a great example. That is a country that is actually reliant and has, at this point, only about 5% or so of the magnet manufacturing in the world, and much of their actual business has been taken by China. But there are other areas that we know throughout the world. We talked about Norway a little bit. We've talked about other areas. We see it a lot. We have a lot of different companies reaching out from across the world that are looking for that support, and it's obvious that they'd be willing to collaborate if that data became available.
So that's a great segue. We talk a lot about collaboration. In the United States government, we say, oh, we're great collaborators, and we're always trying to collaborate with one another, and we could always grow those collaborations and deepen those. But I would be interested to hear maybe from Dr. Elmore to start, and then maybe a non-government person, maybe Jim, about the role of federal agencies in either collecting that information or initiating those collaborations, joining in those collaborations, data sharing, that kind of thing. Dr. Elmore,
Sure.
what do you think?
Yeah, I think even though we have, I would agree with previous comments, have done a lot of work towards gathering the kind of data that we need for this industry, even within the U.S. exclusive economic zone, we're only 54% mapped. We've still got just a tremendous way to go. Every time we go down to the deep sea, we find not just a new species, but new seamounts, new whole geologic structures. We really just do not have enough information to fully understand what our resources will look like. For collaboration, I would note, as my colleagues very generously mentioned in the beginning, and I forgot to, that we do collaborate an awful lot across the federal government, making sure that scientific expertise from BOEM, from USGS and NOAA, as well as other areas around the federal government, are working together in partnership, hand in hand, making the most of our expertise, and really being able to do large projects like that. It's also important to note that this big area that we need to cover, we cannot possibly do alone just with NOAA's ships. We need to work with contracting companies, we need to work with academia, and get all of our possible resources pointed in the same direction if we're really going to tackle this large issue. As a result of Executive Order 14285 that everyone's familiar with, NOAA was tasked with creating a plan to map the entirety of the U.S. exclusive economic zone for areas that may have mineral interest. We did that work in conjunction with USGS and BOEM, and our estimate, though it hasn't been made fully public yet, is about $300 million just to map the areas of the U.S. exclusive economic zone that might have minerals. That's a tremendous amount of work that we definitely cannot do on our own, especially if we're going to do it soon.
That's a big price tag, right?
Yes.
Right? So Jim, you're in private sector, but you're also a taxpayer. Should we be collecting data anew or also focusing on the utilization of data that's already been collected, say for undersea cable routing or oil and gas or other industries? Fugro services a lot of those other industries.
Great point, and those aren't exclusive. So I'd say yes, both of them. And there's plenty of work that's being done out there that's, again, cable laying companies across the Pacific, boats that are going out into these areas, boats, vessels of opportunity, crossing through these otherwise relatively remote places that have not seen the saturation of work that the oil and gas areas have. But that being said, new areas are very important too. And following up on that, 54% has been mapped. That's leaving 5.2 million square kilometers in the U.S. EEZ still to be mapped. And 277 million globally. I don't think the U.S. taxpayer will cover all of that, but speaking as a scientist, that's a lot of ocean, and who knows what's out there. So there are ways to go about this, I think, strategies. You start big, and you work your way small. You start with these hull-mounted surface surveys. And I want to applaud NOAA for the recent movement into American Samoa, for example, to start mapping these areas that are underexplored out. There are definitely many other areas where preliminary work can be done. And that's the first step, to then go to the more advanced steps, the AUVs, the ROVs later. That's kind of feeding back to your first question of those data volumes. Start big and work your way small, because if you start to map a 100,000 square kilometer area with an AUV, the taxpayer will probably be mad.
Take a long time.
Yeah.
Take a long time. Jeff, I'm looking down at you. You know, Jim just mentioned American Samoa. Yeah. Of course, NOAA is focused primarily on implementation of the Deep Seabed Hard Minerals Resources Act, or DSHMRA. But we're also here to support our sister agency, BOEM, in their implementation of OXLA, right? And so do you mind saying anything about American Samoa and that as a priority for BOEM?
Sure. Through our research programs, we have previously funded, in part, NOAA to do some work on our behalf in America's Samoa. And Nicole, your team is now mobilizing shortly for, I understand, a systematic survey in the EEZ off of America's Samoa, I believe, starting in a matter of weeks.
Very soon.
And we're continuing to fund sort of reconnaissance scale information collection. I will say, once there is a lease in hand, that responsibility, of course, shifts to industry. where they do additional exploration pursuant to their business interests. That could happen as a preliminary activity, which is bathymetric mapping or initial reconnaissance mapping of the environment, the mineral resources that are there, and through the process, it can go to more advanced exploration testing that can be done systematically or in bites, depending upon how they potentially develop their leasehold. Some of these initial leaseholds may be very large and require scaled or sequential delineation exploration.
Yeah, absolutely. And American Samoa is a great example, as is the case in the Cook Islands, where NOAA is organizing, administering, and providing expertise on those expeditions. But those surveys themselves are not being conducted by NOAA vessels, right? So sort of more to the theme of we can't do it by ourselves. NOAA doesn't have a massive fleet of research vessels, so we rely on partners, private industry, respectively in these cases to help with these expeditions. And so we're really looking forward to kicking things off, helping you guys. Let's get back to DRT. The D is for deep, right?
Yes.
So it seems to me, and I'm not a deep sea biologist in my background, but this is some really deep stuff. We have heard that there's expertise, there's experience about going there and collecting information. We're not brand new to this, right? But it does seem like logistically challenging. What are some of the game-changing technologies that DRT is looking at, whether it be robotics or AI or other efficiencies that you're seeing that are going to really help get to the next stage of data collection?
You know, it's interesting because it seems almost counterintuitive. I think, yes, AI, the underwater robotics, instrumentation. We were just having a dinner last night. We were talking about this topic and the fact that the fundamentals of just basic instrumentation at depth of 6,000 meters, 5,500 meters. There's a lot of things that are just basic that have to be dealt with. But when you think about it, some of the things, the least sexy things that have to address, like material handling. How do we actually go ahead and bulk hold the material? How do we transport it? Who's going to be the authority in regards to this? Or how do you actually solidify it, move it from one ship in regards to the mining vessel to the actual transport vessel? There's a lot of things here that are just not the kind of things that you would consider to be the weird nuances of AI or something like that. Yes, that's going to help. And as we mature as an industry, that's certainly going to be there. But I think right now it's more about the amalgamation of fundamental classic technologies, bringing them together in a way that actually proves that regardless of the scenario, I mean, when you take a mining vessel out of operation or move it from one place to the next, you got to make sure that every time it starts up, every time it goes under any condition, it's going to operate consistently and that it's going to continue to be a profitable venture. We've heard a lot about that throughout the day, that it's not just about being able to execute and be out there, but it has to be a operation that continuously operates and does it on a repetitive basis in a way that can still generate what needs to happen. So when we look at things, we're looking at the core fundamentals of, how do you extract it, the roving technology and the extraction technology, riser technology, the pressure letdown systems. What are you going to do with the material handling systems, the slurry transfer systems? There's a whole bunch of things there that fundamentally, these things have all been proven. We know all these things happen. This is not a new industry. We've been doing this since the 1970s. And so when you think about what's happened during that period, it's now just about bringing together all those fundamental things we already know with the latest technologies that we can incorporate, and how we end up gaining every bit of efficiency out of that process possible. This is not an industry that lacks the ability technically to do it. It's a matter of integrating those technologies to meet the techno-economic feasibilities and make sure that it's done in the most environmentally protective way possible. And that combination makes things more difficult, but ultimately it is very possible and very plausible. So.
Yeah, wow, yeah, please, that's great. Dr. Elmore.
Yeah, if I may, I would also add that while we do have the technology and the know-how to gather the data we need, what we don't have is the ability to scale it in the way that this industry would love us to do. We do have access to super deep AUVs, but we don't have really cheap, super deep AUVs that we can run 100 at a time in a line across wide swaths of the ocean to get data within a month. We don't have enough either numbers nor cheap enough technology to do this really at a massive scale that would be incredibly helpful.
Yeah, and we heard from one of our other panels, I think it was the representative from Bessie that was talking about, and don't forget safety, right? There's a lot of issues that once you begin to operationalize something, on the one hand, it becomes more routine. On the other hand, as you point out, it's got to work.
Yeah.
It can't just work sometimes, right? It has to really be tested and shown that it can go around the clock and that kind of thing.
Yeah, lessons learned are so important.
Yeah.
And we are not reinventing the wheel here. Like you said, you don't want things. Complacency is a danger, it's a risk. But we are experienced as an industry, or as a community, a scientific community, in working offshore. Working offshore has taught me to not be a cynic, but rather be a pessimist. You take your spares out there for all your equipment, and you have spares for those spares too, because it's a difficult environment. But you have your.
Can't just go down to the hardware store and pick up the extra parts, huh?
You can't just do that, no. But yeah, you learn about these, and you good quality management systems in place, data management systems in place, and you definitely don't make the plan while your ship's already sailing out to the site, and that's what's important.
Yeah, so that's a really good segue to something that I think a lot about, and that is we're moving very quickly in the regulatory space and in some of the other technology areas and that kind of thing. But we're also asking ourselves questions about what's going to be relevant, not 6 months from now, but 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now. How do we balance those short-term, move quickly with the long arc that we keep hearing about? How do you all think about that in terms of data collection and science? You're prioritizing the things that we know need to be done now, but are you making plans for those years-long out research activities? Dr. Williams,
Yes, I think one of the things we hear about a lot working in the mineral space is where people want to invest in the supply chains. And often, because there are issues depending on the mineral commodity, there are different issues for what parts of the supply chains are most vulnerable or not, or need the most attention. But also some of those take a little bit longer than others to bring online. Mining, for example, is one of the longest timelines to develop a mine and producing. And so you might hear somebody say, well, we're going to invest in the processing step because we can get a processing facility up and running much faster. But of course, if it doesn't have the ore from the mine, then that's kind of a wasted investment. So you have to look at it broadly. You have to look at it broadly across the whole supply chain, but you also need to look in the time frame similarly, that if we're actually moving into the marine realm for the long term, you need to have that long-term data collection and innovation that goes with the short-term need, not to get in the way of the short-term need, but I think, for example, understandably right now what we're seeing in the near term is people aligning their objectives with the technology that currently exists. That shouldn't make us shy away from developing new technologies that could help us do some of this scientific and technical work better or more rapidly, or those swarms of ships or drones you were talking about, and find that right balance.
Excellent. Anyone else? Yeah, please.
Yeah,
Jeff.
I'll chime in here. Certainly, I don't think government has all the answers. We have our own ideas, but we're certainly open to others. To that end, BOEM, Bessie, and NOAA have co-sponsored a National Academy of Sciences working group to help us develop a longer-term research strategy related to seabed critical minerals. That committee will advise us on technical feasibility, economic potential over the short term and the long term, the requirements that we need to put in place to establish good baselines that we have for a long-term comparison, whether that be geological, physical, biological, social, a lot of dimensions to that. I will note that the committee membership for that was just published last week. There is an open comment period, and so we would invite, I believe Noah, Bessie, and Bob would invite those in the room to take a look at the proposed membership there and submit some comments about the trajectory of that committee and the membership that we've put forward to lead us to that long-term strategy.
Excellent. Okay, so we've talked about, we've heard about all the data needs, all the science needs. Going down the panel line here, if new science or new data landed on your desk tomorrow, or technology breakthrough that made your life better on the spot, what would that be?
That's a tough one. I think that ultimately we talked about is that it's kind of a staggered approach, or it's a sequence, I should say. And we talk about mapping and knowing what we have, and then we talk about taking that data and be able to translate that into techno-economic assessment in regard to the abundance and everything else. And then we've got the extraction, and then we've got the transport, and then we've got the grinding, crushing, refining, and everything else that comes in it. I think the quicker that we can get the process through even those front-end stages, that we can delineate what we really have, what's out there, even when it comes to being able to commoditize some of this technology and make sure that we can do it. It's not necessarily, and I think it was well said, it's not always about having this brand new, newfangled technology. It's about getting it to a point that it's affordable enough to deploy at scale, that it can keep this as a economic opportunity going forward. So to me, it's not about going ahead and showing something so exciting that it's a brand new technology. It can be the practicality of it. It can be making it more economical, and it can be making it more feasible and available to a larger scale of individual participants in the market. Those are what is needed right now. It's really not about creating a technological paradigm shift or all of a sudden creating a brand new technology. It's really about access, practicality, affordability, and really getting after it into a wider scale. And if we could do that, we would see things change dramatically.
It sounds like you're suggesting a paradigm shift in terms of clarity on what's available, clarity on what its limitations are, clarity on what we can pull resources to do, so that we know what the landscape is.
Yeah, I think that clarity is a key part of that. And any technology that provides that, anything that can allow us the access to do that, is going to have a big phase change for the industry. So.
All right, so Jim, what do you think?
First, agree with Michael completely that
Yeah.
that's a tough one. And there's, in my opinion, and I will preface that with I'm more on the ocean exploration side than I am on the ore body side of things. So as far as the ocean exploration and the marine resource, investigations and site surveys, I think we have a problem with data gaps rather than technology gaps. So I think that the technology, because I think Mark Gordon said it earlier when he was talking, he simply said the technology exists. That was very succinct. So it was easy for me to remember. I'm a geologist. I don't need things too complicated. So the technology exists, but it's remote. These are areas that are hard to get to. These are areas that cost a lot of money to be able to access. So what are the best ways to employ this technology? I think public-private partnerships is one example. It's a great example. I think many people in this room know the talking point about how space exploration gets considerably more resources allocated than ocean exploration. I mean, that's great. I love space exploration. We all do. But I think that does push that point forward that we know less about the bottom of the ocean.
That's right.
In fact, the average resolution of the mapping of the unexplored parts of the ocean is around 1 kilometer resolution, and its meter scale resolution on Mars, 1,000 times different, really puts that in perspective. So
Wow.
the technology is there to do that. It's more of an effort and investment challenge.
Thank you. Aurora,
This
it lands
is
on your desk. What is that?
This is a really hard question. I think the most exciting thing that could land on my desk would be partnership agreements from every industry member in this room, giving the government access to any data that isn't proprietary. I think our data gaps are massive, and it really is disappointing that we are probably covering areas for which data exists and hasn't been shared, and we don't even know that it exists because it's proprietary, and of course some should stay proprietary. But if there's any free data lurking around, I think that would be the most exciting thing to arrive on my desk.
That's pretty cool. And you know, offshore energy industry is not a stranger to data sharing agreements, right? So there may be some lessons learned there and or data that they have for us. Yep. Dr. Williams.
Oh, this is a tough, I thought you were going to say scaling again, so
sorry.
I'll echo that, partly because I think that's a fundamental need, and it was a very good point, that we need to be able to scale this data over larger regions. But the other thing I guess I would say is from our perspective, we would like to see the field advance enough to be able to put seabed mineral resources in their proper framework, in that, you know, there are a variety of ways you can get cobalt and nickel, for example, or some of the other resources that are out there. And we, you know, you were talking about the expense of $300 million. Well, right now, different parts of the government are investing billions of dollars in various projects on land, both in the US and overseas. You know, who knows what the right answer is about whether we're worth 300 or my colleagues at NOAA and BOEM are worth 300 million or not. It's not my point to say, but there are ways to get at that answer. And when you think, at least just for the United States, the part of our economy that the industries that depend on primarily on minerals is about $4 trillion. If this sector is going to play a role, then those kinds of investments would be justified. And being able, it's a little bit of a chicken and egg problem, but I think getting to the point where you can start to reliably place it in the broader context is very important.
Thank you.
I think I would double down on the notion of improved public-private partnerships, where we not only leverage existing data and new data, but vessel platforms to actually conduct the research. We're largely, I think, right now contingent on the federal vessel fleet and some academic fleet. So I think there's a real opportunity to explore those kind of partnerships moving forward. And then BOEM is encountering sort of new dimensions with robotic technology, semi-autonomous, and we have explored the notion of creating some sort of test beds where at scale this kind of equipment, whether it's a prototype or some medium scale technology, could be tested under controlled circumstances as a controlled experiment where the environmental compliance is integrated, and there's some opportunity with the federal family and industry to partner there.
I want to thank the panelists. A couple of things that I think are very clear from this. We have heard the technology exists. We've heard that the technology and the data actually exist. We think there's more out there. What I heard over and over again is that the ecosystem exists. We just need to pair up, right, and get together and figure out what it is that each of us can bring to the table so we can move apace. If there are partnerships that you've been thinking about, here are your partners. Right? There are more that you've heard from today. This has been a real honor to be here, to learn from you guys, and to hear from the other panels today. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you all for your attention. Turn it back over to our conference organizers. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.